Chapter 1025. Great misfortune. You said it yourself. If you can't find him, I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Fei had no intention of killing Guo Wang. Using a special talent like Guo Wang was more useful than killing him. However, Yi Fei still didn't dare to completely trust Guo Wang. After all, he was a young king, and also a subordinate of the South Spear Emperor. Guo Wang was definitely not as cowardly as he appeared to be. Xia Jun, is what he said true? Is he really that good at finding people? Yi Fei looked at Xia Jun inquisitively. Hearing this, Xia Jun and Little Fatty both nodded. This guy is really good at finding people. Little Fatty and I were hiding in the Sumeru space, so Bailey Jun couldn't find us. But as soon as he came, he locked on to our specific location. Fortunately, we had the invisibility talisman given to us by beautiful sister, otherwise we might have been caught by Bailey Jun. Xia Jun was a little depressed. At this time, Yi Fei remembered something. He asked curiously, Xia Jun, I heard that you were once hunted down by someone, and then a mysterious woman saved you. Who is she? Does she have anything to do with you? I don't know her, but the beautiful big sister seems to know you. She even told us to tell you that she will come to kill you soon. The little fatty said honestly. However, his words caused Yi Fei's expression to become strange. In that case, she saved you just so you could pass on this message to me. All right, what's her name? Brother. She said her name is Zhao Yu, Xia Jun said. What? Zhao Yu? Yi Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect that the person who saved Xia Jun and the little fatty was actually Zhao Yu. However, come to think of it, with her power, it is normal for her to participate in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. I just didn't expect us to meet so soon. Oh yeah, she saved you. Did she say where she went? Yi Fei quickly asked. He didn't know how he felt about Zhao Yu, but he was happy to know Zhao Yu's whereabouts. Yi Fei's attitude piqued Xia Jun's curiosity. She didn't say anything about that, but when she mentioned Big Brother, she seemed a little unhappy. Could it be that Big Brother has some sort of secret relationship with her? Get lost. Yi Fei's old face couldn't help but turn red. At this time, of course, he wouldn't reveal the grudge between him and Zhao Yu. But from the fact that Zhao Yu was willing to save Xia Jun, it seemed that she still remembered him. Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she remembered him, there was still room for negotiation. Of course, this meant that there was one more task for Guo King. After bringing Guo King to an empty cave, Yi Fei instructed Guo King, Guo King, aren't you very good at finding people? Help me find two people now. One is Lin Tianjiao, and the other is Zhao Yu. Young Master Yi, I'm seriously injured now. I can't do it, Guo King said pitifully. Don't worry. Your injuries will be healed soon. Yi Fei didn't bother to say anything more to Guo King. He immediately used his undying power to heal Guo King's injuries. Guo King was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that Yi Fei didn't even use elixirs. He only used his quintessential origin chi to heal his injuries. Not even the South Spear Emperor was capable of such a feat at this moment. Guo King looked at Yi Fei with fear in his eyes. He stopped playing tricks and took out his compass. Then, he said to Yi Fei seriously, to find people, I first need to know their appearance. This was simple. Yi Fei immediately condensed the appearance of Lin Tianjiao and Zhao Yu according to his memory. Xia Jun's eyes widened in shock. When Zhao Yu saved them, she was wearing a veil and didn't show her true appearance. But Yi Fei easily condensed it. Big Brother Yu. Xia Jun wanted to ask. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Guo King, immediately investigate. I'll let you go if you find them. Yi Fei glared at Xia Jun. He didn't want to say too much about Zhao Yu. Xia Jun blinked his shrewd eyes and looked at Guo King. He understood and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, Guo King reluctantly controlled the life fate compass under Yi Fei's command. He began to search for clues about Lin Tianjiao. Only now did Yi Fei realize that the fate compass in Guo King's hand was also a heavenly treasure. Unfortunately, such a heavenly treasure could only be created in the ancient era. It was extremely rare in the current Martial Heaven continent. In order to get rid of Xia Jun, this time, Guo King put in a lot of effort. Even when he helped Bailey Jun, He didn't put in as much effort. Soon, he found a specific clue about Lin Tianjiao through his divination. Young Master Yi, I found Lin Tianjiao. According to the compass, he should be in Emperor Fist City. He's not in any danger. What? Lin Tianjiao went to Emperor Fist City? Yi Fei and Xia Jun were shocked. Just like the outer regions of the land of buried gods, the 6 sovereigns and some powerful young kings had built cities in the central region of the land of buried gods. Many of these cities occupied secret areas of the land of buried gods, or heavenly paradises. Some were suitable for adventuring, and some were suitable for cultivation. There were also powerful sovereigns and kings overseeing these cities. Cultivators who entered these cities didn't need to worry about their lives. I didn't expect Lin Tianjiao to enter the central region of the land of buried gods without stopping at the outer regions. If we had known, we wouldn't have waited for Big Brother. Xia Jun was a bit depressed. Yi Fei was also a bit speechless. He had been the most worried about Lin Tianjiao, but now he was the safest. It went without saying that Lin Tianjiao was extremely lucky. It seemed he would have to pay a visit to the Northern Fist Emperor when he had time. Then what about Zhao Yu? Where is she? Asked Yi Fei. After confirming that there was no problem with Lin Tianjiao, he began to worry about Zhao Yu. Furthermore, he had to find a way to resolve his enmity with Zhao Yu as soon as possible. Gua Qing's expression was grave. Young Master Yi, I have a premonition that this divination will lead to unexpected danger. Investigate. Yi Fei's tone was firm. If you can't find her, I'll take your life. Sigh, all right. Gua Qing scowled miserably. Although he had a bad premonition, he couldn't care less when his life was in danger. Immediately, he used the fate compass to deduce Zhao Yu's whereabouts. But after a dozen breaths of time, Gua Qing suddenly screamed. His face was pale, and his body trembled as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Yi Fei hurriedly used his immortal energy to heal Gua Qing's wounds. At the same time, he asked, Gua Qing, what happened? What did you deduce? Great calamity. The birth horoscope and time are all great calamities. Zhao Yu entered an extremely dangerous secret realm. Her body contains the power of the heavenly Tao. I can't peek into the heavenly Tao, let alone deduce her exact whereabouts. Gua Qing's face was filled with fear. Clearly, this was his first time seeing someone with the aura of the heavenly Tao. Aura of the heavenly Tao. Yi Fei was also a little surprised. But when he thought about how Zhao Yu cultivated the path of the Great Oblivion and pursued the unity of the heavenly Tao, he somewhat understood. The only thing he didn't expect was that the aura of the heavenly Tao on Zhao Yu's body could actually block Gua Qing's divination. Martial artists with the Emperor's aura were indeed born extraordinary. But the more this was the case, the more he wanted to find Zhao Yu. Yi Fei couldn't bear to let Zhao Yu continue on the path of the heavenly Tao. Immediately, Yi Fei steeled his heart and continued to order Gua Qing. Gua Qing, continue to investigate with me. Even if you can't find her exact location, you must find a general direction. Don't worry. No matter how badly you are injured, I can immediately heal you. Yi Fei thought of his immortal energy and didn't care about Gua Qing's injuries. Yi Fei's words almost made Gua Qing cry and faint on the ground. Chapter 10:26. West Sword Emperor. Following this, Gua Qing's fate could only be described as tragic. Under Yi Fei's coercion, Gua Qing had no choice but to risk his old life to constantly deduce Zhao Yu's exact location and peek into the heavenly Tao. Of course, the price of peeking into the heavenly Tao was also very heavy. Every time Gua Qing made a divination, he would suffer a huge backlash. There were several times when he almost died from the backlash. Yi Fei's undying energy was able to pull Gua Qing back from the brink of death every time. This kind of calmness made Gua Qing even more fearful of Yi Fei than he did of the South Spear Emperor. Finally, Gua Qing could no longer endure this torture. When Yi Fei once again helped the dying Gua Qing quickly recover from his injuries, Gua Qing steeled his heart and finally used his trump card, the Heavens Will Deduction Art. Boom! This kind of deduction technique was very terrifying. When Gua Wang used it, He was actually burning his own essence and blood. However, when Guo Wang went all out, the effect was very significant. Under the threat of death, Guo Wang was pleasantly surprised to find that his destiny deduction technique had advanced to a new level. Most fortunately, he was able to see through the secrets of heaven and find Zhao Yu's exact location. Young Master Yi, I found Zhao Yu's whereabouts. She's in the deepest part of the burial ground of gods. She seems to have encountered great danger. Several powerful auras are trying to kill her. PFFF. As soon as he finished speaking, Guo King suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground, heavily injured. Even his young face had many wrinkles. Yifei hurriedly sent another strand of undying energy over, but this time Guo King didn't wake up and remained unconscious. It seems that the continuous divination not only damaged his lifespan, but also his vitality. My undying energy can't completely heal his injuries. Yi Fei frowned. Xia Jun came over with his golden saber and said, Big brother, since this guy is useless, let me kill him to vent my anger. Due to Guo King's divination, Xia Jun and Little Fatty were almost chased to the ends of the earth. They had been suppressing a bellyful of anger for a long time. No, at least not now. Guo King is not simple. He's not really afraid of death. We can't completely trust his words. Yifei stopped them. Xia Jun was a little puzzled. Big brother, are you going to take Guo King with you? Anyway, let him live first. If he dares to deceive us, then we can kill him. Yifei immediately made Guo Seal of Life and Death Seal of Life and Death on Guo King's body. The Seal of Life and Death was a secret technique that came with the Immortal Emperor scripture. It could seal the opponent's Yuan spirit. The Immortal Martial Emperor had used the Seal of Life and Death to seal Yi Fei's Yuan spirit. At this time, Yi Fei just happened to use him to deal with Guo King, so he casually threw Guo King to Xia Jun and told him to deal with him as he saw fit. Xia Jun was also straightforward and threw the burden of Guo King to the Little Fatty. Little Fatty, I'll leave this guy to you. Xia Jun ordered seriously. Why me? Big brother asked you to look after him. Little Fatty was stupid, but he wasn't. Xia Jun was obviously shirking responsibility. Why? Because Big Brother and I are both big brothers, and you are the younger brother. As the younger brother, you should listen to your big brother and look after you. Xia Jun patted Little Fatty on the shoulder to encourage him. He finally experienced the joy of being a big brother. Only Little Fatty looked at the unconscious Guo King with a bitter face. Suddenly, Little Fatty had a good idea. In the Beast Hall, Little Fatty had obtained a Sumeru space. He could open up a different space at will. This kind of space could not only store things, but also people. Therefore, Little Fatty simply threw Guo King into the different space, as if he was an item. Yi Fei walked to the front, secretly observing Little Fatty's way of handling things. When he saw Little Fatty throw Guo King into the different space, he secretly nodded. Although Little Fatty is stupid, I can see that he's been growing, but Zhao Yu is troublesome. Yifei took out Guo King's fate compass. Although Guo King was seriously injured and unconscious, his fate compass was still running. There was a clear bloodline on it, leading to the deepest part of the land of buried gods. As long as he followed this bloodline, he would be able to find Zhao Yu. Big brother, don't tell me you're going to save Zhao Yu. She said she's coming to kill you. Xia Jun saw Yi Fei staring at the compass, and his expression turned strange. Little Fatty also looked at Yi Fei in confusion. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Fei didn't explain. Instead, he called out the dragon turtle from the beast mark space. Blackie, take us to this place at your fastest speed. Roar, roar. The dragon turtle had eaten more than 1 billion upper-grade spiritual stones. It was already a martial saint at LV3 heaven-reaching realm. Correspondingly, it could travel 100 li in an instant. This was also the reason why Yi Fei could rush over to save Xia Jun so quickly. However, it was easy to enter the central region from the outer region, but it was very difficult to enter the depths of the land of buried gods from the central region. When the dragon turtle carried Yi Fei and the other two to the location indicated by the compass, it was almost a month later. A lot could happen in a month. Thinking that it would take so long, Yi Fei became very anxious. The only thing that comforted him was that the bloodline on the fate compass hadn't disappeared. This meant that although Zhao Yu was in danger, it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Little fatty, give me your Sumeru space. Xiajun, Blackie, you guys hide in there too. Also, look after Wal Wong for me. Yi Fei took the Sumeru space from Little Fatty. Considering that Guo Wang had the strength of a young king and might be able to break through his life and death seal, Yi Fei threw the dragon turtle in as well. I believe that with the dragon turtle watching over him, Guo Wang won't be able to cause too much trouble no matter how cunning he is, Yi Fei thought silently. Big brother, be careful. Xiajun and Little Fatty understood that they were too weak and would only be a burden if they stayed. Thus, they hid in the Sumeru space with the dragon turtle. Yi Fei continued to follow the fate compass's instructions and walked toward a huge canyon in the distance. However, before he could enter the canyon, a large group of people rushed over from outside. These people were all young kings with powerful auras. However, they didn't enter the canyon. Instead, they were ordered to stay outside the canyon and prevent outsiders from entering. Seeing Yi Fei coming over, the young kings instantly surrounded Yi Fei. Stop! Don't you have eyes? This is the territory of our West Sword Emperor. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Well, if I don't know what's good for me? Yi Fei's face sank. He didn't expect this place to be occupied by the West Sword Emperor. Could it be that the one chasing after Zhao Yu was the West Sword Emperor? What? Brat, you dare to be rude to the West Sword Emperor? The young kings were furious. However, they didn't attack. Chapter 10:27. Strongest king, the leader of the group, a young king, held back his anger and warned Yi Fei in a deep voice. Brother, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. You know that there are several strongest kings in the canyon. Are you sure you are a match for them? What? Strongest king? Yi Fei's expression couldn't help but change. Of course, he knew about the strongest kings. It was said that they were the most powerful group of young kings. They had all walked on the path of emperor, and each of them had defeated at least 30 strongest heaven's prides of empires. Even if they failed to become emperors, they could still become strongest kings. So you're saying that West Sword Emperor isn't here, and there are only strongest kings inside? Yi Fei looked curiously at the king who had warned him. That king was relatively kind-hearted. Although he hesitated, he still nodded. That's right. It's the 3 strongest kings who ordered us to guard this place. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. Stop talking nonsense with him. Brat, you better scram. If you don't blame us for being impolite. The other kings were somewhat displeased when they saw that Yi Fei didn't seem to have any respect for West Sword Emperor. Hearing that Zhao Yu was being chased by the strongest kings under West Sword Emperor, Yi Fei was also very displeased. I won't scram. At the same time, please help me pass a message to West Sword Emperor. What kind of ability is bullying a woman? If he has the guts, come at me. Woman, could he be? The king who had warned Yi Fei suddenly realized something. However, before he could warn the others, Yi Fei had already taken the initiative to attack. A terrifying fist light with berserk, undying energy lit up the sky like a huge star. Then, under Yi Fei's control, it turned into a meteor and shot out in all directions. Yi Fei's attack was too sudden. At the same time, he attacked with his full strength. These dozen or so kings were the most ordinary of kings. They couldn't block Yi Fei's attack at all. Although they tried to join hands, the meteors formed by the life and death fist quickly engulfed them all. Only the young king who had warned Yi Fei was left. He barely managed to block Yi Fei's attack and didn't fall unconscious from his injuries. Yi Fei was a little surprised. However, when he saw the 3 primordial spirits floating behind this person, he nodded. You are actually a primordial spirit king. No wonder you could block my attack. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to find out something, and then I'll let you go. Yi Fei gave this young king a friendly smile. That young king smiled bitterly. You are also a strongest king? Consider us unlucky. However, if you want to save that girl, your strength is still a bit lacking. West Sword Emperor sent 3 strongest kings to deal with her, and you and her together, only 2. You won't succeed. You'll die if you go in. Who knows? However, I'm a tough person. Tell me everything you know, and I'll let you go. Yifei said with a cold face. His heart moved, and he suddenly asked, Right, why do you say that I'm the strongest king? What's the basis? You actually don't know? That person suddenly became depressed. The greatest king was something he wanted to achieve even in his dreams. In the end, Yifei had achieved it without even knowing it. He could only explain, martial Dao force represents a martial artist potential. Ordinary martial artists only have 100% martial Dao force. As long as a young king becomes a half-saint, in less than 3 years, they can raise their martial force to 110%. Only geniuses with great potential can raise their martial force to the peak of 120%. This is the strongest king. If a strongest king can reach 120% martial force and have the ability to fight across 6 levels, then that person can become a young emperor. At this point, that person paused. Yifei also secretly nodded. He didn't know where the gap between him and the young emperor was. After this person's explanation, Yifei knew that to become a young emperor, one had to be able to fight across 6 levels. And Yifei's current war god Dao was only at the 5th level. In other words, Yifei could only fight across 5 levels. This was the biggest gap between him and the young emperor. Then what about Zhao Yu? Why did the West Sword Emperor send people to kill her? Yifei continued asking. I'm not sure about this, but it said that she snatched a treasure that the West Sword Emperor valued. That's why the West Sword Emperor sent 3 strongest kings to kill her. That's all I know. Can you let me go now? Sorry, I can't let you go, but I won't hurt you either. Yifei nodded, then shook his head. Just as the former's expression changed and was about to resist, Yifei's hand once again erupted with an intense fist intent. You. In any case, he was still a super genius with 3 primordial spirit realm cultivators. The former's face was filled with unwillingness. He erupted with his strongest power, wanting to block Yifei's attack. Only, he wasn't a strongest king. Facing the life and death fist condensed with 120% undying aura, Yifei shattered his resistance with a single fist. At the same time, he also knocked him unconscious on the ground. After taking their spatial belts, Yifei also rushed into the canyon like lightning. Just as he entered the canyon, Yifei felt a wave of heat assaulting his face, causing his blood to start boiling. Before Yifei could react, a multicolored fire python had already opened its mouth. With an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, it wanted to swallow Yifei in one gulp. 3rd level martial Saint Vicious Beasts? Yifei was a little surprised, but he didn't care. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the snake, Yifei's fists erupted with boundless starlight, instantly shattering the martial Saint Fire Python's head into pieces. The undying martial emperor's life and death fist is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be complete. According to the undying martial emperor's memory, the life and death fist was created by the leader of the Hall of Life and Death after comprehending the mysteries of life and death. Among them, the Northern Dipper focuses on life, while the Southern Dipper focuses on death. However, the undying martial emperor's memory doesn't have any information about these 2 aspects. Either the undying martial emperor still had something up his sleeves, or the undying martial emperor had not obtained the complete version of the life and death fist. Upon thinking of this, Yifei could not help but feel gloomy. Following this, he continued to move forward. The deeper he went into the canyon, the more terrifying the vicious beasts he encountered. Even at night, Yifei was attacked by a bat of the 7th layer martial saint realm. Luckily, he was able to escape in time with the 100 Li. Otherwise, he might have died here. The danger of the canyon caused Yifei to be even more anxious about Zhao Yu's safety. After 3 days of going deeper, Yifei finally discovered the traces of the battle between Zhao Yu and the 3 strongest martial emperors. A cliff had already been frozen into a huge iceberg. On the iceberg, Yifei also discovered a large number of saber and sword marks. This iceberg must be the power of Zhao Yu's bloodline. At the same time, among the 3 subordinates of the West Sword Emperor, 2 of them are using sabers and swords, while the remaining 1 seems to be using his palm. After checking the iceberg, Yifei soon discovered a martial saint vicious beast that had been dead for a long time at the foot of the mountain. The head of the vicious beast was almost smashed into pieces with a single slap. The beast core inside had also been dug out. Chapter 1028. Follow in the dark, however. These are traces from a month ago. Yifei couldn't be sure of Zhao Yu's current situation. The only thing he could do was to follow the bloodlines on the compass and continue deeper. Another 10 days passed like this. Just as Yifei entered the deepest part of the canyon, he suddenly heard the roar of a beast in the distance. However, it quickly disappeared. There's someone, Zhao Yu or the 3 strongest kings. They must be over there. Yifei's spirit was roused as he hurriedly rushed toward the small forest. Beside a cave in the small forest, a bonfire was blazing. The owner of the cave, a Heaven Ascension realm demonic bear, was being skinned by 2 people. Ha ha, Clear Wind King, we're in for a treat this time. The demonic bear's flesh is a great supplement. After eating it, we won't even need spirit stones to recover our true yuan. The one who spoke was a youth in white clothes. His body was as light as a swallow. His legs were long and his arms were short. He looked somewhat comical. However, Yifei didn't dare to lower his guard. He knew that the 2 people in the small forest should be the strongest kings under the West Sword Emperor. Their strength should be on par with his. It was also because of this reason that Yifei decisively gave up on the idea of assassinating them. Strongest kings aren't that easy to deal with. Before I find Zhao Yu, I must not act rashly and alert them. After secretly making up his mind, Yifei carefully concealed his aura and continued approaching the cave. Since it was nighttime and there were traces of the battle between the 2 people and the demonic bear, Yifei smoothly climbed to the back of a large blue stone. 1,000 meters away from him, the 2 strongest kings were talking. At this time, Yifei could clearly see the appearance of the Clear Wind King. This person had an extraordinary temperament, and there was a golden dragon, Qi, revolving behind him. Dragon Qi. This person actually has the appearance of an emperor. Yifei was very shocked. If such a person was placed in a large empire, he would definitely become the emperor of a country in the future. In fact, the Light Wind King's secular identity was the crown prince of the Light Wind Empire, a first-class empire in the Central Province. However, in the Central Province, martial arts were revered. Even the emperor of an empire was inferior to an ordinary martial emperor. The crown prince of the Light Wind Kingdom resolutely gave up the throne and focused on martial arts. Because he had the Son of Heaven's aspect, he was born with the ability to condense the nation's fate and dragon Qi. Thus, Crown Prince Lightwind's cultivation path was very smooth. In a short 10 years, he went from a crown prince to a strongest king. After entering the buried god's ground, he chose to follow the West Sword Emperor and became a capable subordinate of the West Sword Emperor. Secretly eavesdropping on their conversation, Yifei quickly figured out the identity of the young man with long legs and short hands. This person was called Blood-Killing King. He wasn't born with short arms. He had once offended an enemy, and that person had purposely chopped off both of his arms. That person had then reattached his severed arms as a form of humiliation. However, the enemy did not expect that the Blood-Kill King would benefit from the disaster and awaken a special bloodline. Although the bloodline grade wasn't high, it allowed the Blood-Kill King to break through to the strongest king realm in a dozen years. However, due to the humiliation of having his arms severed, the Blood-Kill King's temperament had become twisted. Yifei discovered a large number of vicious beasts being cruelly killed along the way. Strange. Didn't the West Sword Emperor send 3 subordinates to kill Zhao Yu? Why are there only 2 people here? Yifei suddenly felt that something was strange. Just as he was pondering, a black-clothed, arrogant young man silently stood on top of the bluestone he was hiding on. Yifei's heart shook. He thought that he had been discovered. Just as he was considering whether he should flee or fight, the crown prince of the Light Wind Kingdom discovered the black-clothed young man. He immediately stood up and greeted, "Shiminzun, you're finally back. How was it? Did you find any clues about that woman?" So the person standing above me is called Shiminzun. Coincidentally, I know that the West Sword Emperor's name is Shiminji. Adding these two names together, wouldn't it be Shiminji? Yifei was secretly shocked. He was curious about the relationship between Shiminzun and the West Sword Emperor. Shiminzun didn't discover that Yifei was hiding under the blue stone. This was also related to his lack of experience. Shiminzun had been cultivating in his family since young. He only walked out of his family when the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking competition started. Moreover, the Crown Prince of the Light Wind Kingdom and the Bloodkill King were guarding this place. Outside the canyon, there were more than 10 young kings watching. Who would be so daring as to barge in and eavesdrop on their conversation? Shiminzun's feet lightly tapped on the blue stone. Saber and sword lights suddenly appeared under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the bonfire in the distance. Yifei's heart shook again. Saber and sword in one body. This Shiminzun is actually the same as senior brother Jing Wushou. They both have the unique physique of a saber and sword in one body. This means that this person is an absolute genius who cultivates the sword Dao and saber Dao. The Central Region is indeed a land of outstanding heroes. Geniuses are everywhere. Thinking about Jing Wushou and the others who were still cultivating in the chaotic ocean and his brother Luo Shi, who was still out at sea, Yifei couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the Central Region, the Northern Region was simply too weak. Shiminzun, how was it? Did you find out the whereabouts of that woman? Seeing Shiminzun come over, even the Bloodkill King with a twisted personality quickly stood up. This was out of respect for Shiminzun's strength. At the same time, it was also out of respect for Shiminzun's identity. After all, Shiminzun's elder brother was the West Sword Emperor. Facing the Bloodkill King and the Crown Prince of the Light Wind Kingdom, Shiminzun's expression was as cold and arrogant as before. He slightly shook his head and said, "That woman is extraordinary. I followed her for 15 kilometers and exhausted all my strength, but I still couldn't stop her from leaving. Why should we stop her? If it were up to me, we should just kill her the next time we see her. I really don't understand why the Lord Sword Emperor wants us to capture her alive. Could it be that he saw her beauty?" The Bloodkill King's eyes faintly revealed an ominous glint. Similarly, Yifei revealed an ominous glint. One had to know that although Zhao Yu looked pretty, her nature was extremely savage. Even so, the West Sword Emperor still dared to lay his hands on her. "Very well, West Sword Emperor. We will settle this score sooner or later." Yifei suddenly felt a little angry. Shiminzun did not reply to the Bloodkill King's suggestion. Instead, he minded his own business and sat down to eat the roasted demonic bear meat. The Crown Prince of the Light Wind Kingdom quickly stopped the Bloodkill King and said in a deep voice, "Bloodkill King, we can't be rash. She has a treasure that can activate her special bloodline. If we have the intention to kill her, she will be driven into a corner and destroy the treasure. That will be our greatest loss. That's right. My elder brother has his own reasons for not killing her. Whether it's because he's worried about the treasure or because he has his eyes on her, it's not something we should worry about. We only have one thing to do, and that is to capture her within 10 days and take back the blood spiritual fruit." Shiminzun finally spoke. His face was brimming with confidence. The Bloodkill King and the Crown Prince of the Light Wind Kingdom looked at Shiminzun in surprise. "Shiminzun, do you have the confidence to deal with her?" "Of course. The blood spiritual fruit alone won't be able to activate her special bloodline. We still need the immortal crystal in our hands. 10 days later, I will personally lay down a killing array and wait for her to take the bait. Right now, we only need to conserve our energy and try our best to recover the true yuan that we have consumed." Shiminzun's words instantly made the Bloodkill King and the Crown Prince of the Light Wind Kingdom excited. Then they no longer spoke. They ate the meat in big mouthfuls and worked hard to cultivate in silence. 10 days. The blood spiritual fruit that can activate a special bloodline actually has an immortal crystal? No wonder the West Sword Emperor sent so many experts to deal with Zhao Yu. Chapter 1029. Deducing Fist Techniques Inside the Sumeru Space. Guowang had already woken up. Seeing Yi Fei come in, Guowang immediately showed a resentful look. Yi Fei, you went back on your words. You said you would let me go if I told your fortune. I meant what I said. I've already let you go, but my two brothers won't let you go. What can I do? Yi Fei spread his hands innocently, while Xia Jun sneered like a lackey. Little Fatty also showed a simple and honest smile. Guowang almost vomited blood at their behavior. Now he had already given up on Yi Fei's idea of letting him go. He only hoped that the South Spear Emperor could come to save him as soon as possible. In the end, Guowang's divination skills were very good. Whether it was using him to find people or to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, he was very good. Even if he couldn't be used by me, Yi Fei wouldn't let him go so easily. At least, before finding Lin Tianjiao, Yi Fei wouldn't let Guowang go easily. Xia Jun continued to squeeze Guowang with Little Fatty. Even if Guowang was sealed, he still had the ability to deduce the way of the heavens. Divination King, look at me, Xia Jun. I'm also handsome, but why don't I have any beauties who like me? That's not right. Quick, help me calculate when I'll be lucky in love. Also, how many future wives do I have? I'm not greedy. I'll be satisfied with 70 or 80. Xia Jun's army surrounded Guowang and chattered endlessly. His vulgar manner made Little Fatty feel ashamed to have such an elder brother. Yi Fei also had a headache. He didn't want to pay attention to it. He just seized the time and used the next 10 days to cultivate hard. He had to adjust his state to the best, and then he would be able to deal with the crisis in 10 days. I won't be able to increase my cultivation level for the time being. The Battle God Path and the Devil Emperor Sutra aren't easy to cultivate either. However, the Life and Death Fist art still has a lot of potential. The more Yi Fei used this fist technique, the more he felt the power of the ancient Hall of Life and Death. It was very likely that it was a sect that was not inferior to the 6 sacred sects. Therefore, Yi Fei was very diligent in practicing this fist technique. Although the undying martial emperor has passed on all the secrets of the life and death fist duel to me, allowing me to unleash 100% of its power the moment I start using it, a truly powerful martial skill. Sometimes, not only can it unleash double the power, under special circumstances, it can also unleash double, triple, and other special powers. This kind of power was similar to a critical hit. For example, when Bailey Zhun ignited his special bloodline, he was able to cause the demon god kill to have an infinite critical hit effect, increasing its power by 18 times. However, Yi Fei didn't have a special bloodline, so he couldn't unleash a critical hit like Bailey Zhun. The only thing he could do was to look at other aspects. When I use the Life and Death Fist art, I rely on the Undying Energy. However, the Undying Energy is more inclined towards healing and lacks a kind of offensive power. However, my Battle Demon Energy and Azura Energy are both very offensive. If I can use Azura Energy or even Despair Energy to activate the Life and Death Fist art, I wonder if the Life and Death Fist art's power will increase. Yi Fei kept thinking. Facing the 3 strongest kings at the same time, he finally felt a trace of pressure. Moreover, the strongest king wasn't buried god. Above them, there were 6 sovereigns. Those people were Yi Fei's true opponents. Just wait, I will definitely catch up to them. Yi Fei was at a hot-blooded age, always lagging behind those young sovereigns. In fact, he was also holding a breath in his heart. Not to mention, he had already offended the South Spear Emperor by capturing Guowang. 10 days later, he might make a move against Shimin Zun and the other 2, which would also offend the West Sword Emperor. Yi Fei naturally had to prepare in advance. He first tried to use the Battle Demon Energy to activate the Life and Death Fist art, but didn't work. That's right, the Battle Demon Energy is more inclined towards defense. Then let's try Azura Energy. Boom! After dispersing the power of his flesh, Yi Fei used the Azura energy in his primordial spirit. He activated the life and death fist art and punched forward. In the end, the fist art didn't have much power. It couldn't even compare to his undying energy. Yi Fei was completely confused. Could it be that the Azura energy wasn't as offensive as the undying energy? This was obviously impossible. Then, let's try despair energy. Yi Fei wasn't someone who was willing to admit defeat. In his bones, there was a stubbornness. Thus, he steeled his heart. He fused the Azura energy and the battle demon energy, forming despair energy, and activated the life and death fist art again. But the result was still a failure. Although the despair energy filled Yi Fei's body, when he activated the life and death fist art, it always gave Yi Fei a cryptic feeling. The effect was even inferior to the Azura energy and the battle demon energy. Could it be that the life and death fist art is a fist art specially made for the undying energy? Other than the undying energy, no other energy can be activated? Yi Fei fell into a long period of thought. Martial arts were divided into general use and special. General use martial arts could be used with any kind of true essence. However, what was even more common in the martial heaven continent were special martial arts. These martial arts required specialized quintessential yuan in order to unleash their full power. If the life and death fist art was a martial art specially made for the immortal emperor scripture, then other than the undying energy, Yi Fei couldn't use any other kind of true essence to activate it. However, Yi Fei repeatedly pondered over the immortal emperor scripture in his mind, but he didn't realize that the life and death fist art was the exclusive martial art of the immortal emperor scripture. Since it's not exclusive, then the life and death fist art can be activated with other kinds of true essence. It's just that I haven't found the key to it. After thinking, Yi Fei regained his confidence. My despair energy is one of the strongest powers in the world. If even the despair energy can't be activated, then this life and death fist art, I don't know how much time I'll spend to improve it. Yi Fei became stubborn. After learning from his previous failures, Yi Fei thought of a way that wasn't a way. Since pure despair energy couldn't unleash the power of the life and death fist art, then why not use fusion energy? After all, his violet gold taiji was created by fusing the power of the battle demon and the power of the Azura. With a successful example like the violet gold taiji, Yi Fei became much more confident. He first tried to fuse half of his undying energy and half of his despair energy, then try to activate the life and death fist art. In the end, he didn't succeed. However, Yi Fei wasn't discouraged. In any case, he still had 10 days. Since he had nothing to do, Yi Fei continued his endless attempts. If half of his despair energy wasn't enough, then what about 1/3 of his despair energy and 2/3 of his undying energy? If 1/3 wasn't enough, then what about 1/4 or 1/5? If that still wasn't enough, then in a fit of anger, Yi Fei shrunk his despair energy to 1/10. This way, the life and death fist art became 90% undying energy and 10% despair energy. Then, Yi Fei activated the life and death fist art once again and lightly punched forward. However, there was a loud bang. The entire Sumeru space shook violently under the influence of Yi Fei's casual punch. It almost showed signs of collapsing. Xiaojun and Little Fatty jumped in fright. Guowang was so scared that his face turned pale. They all woke up from their cultivation and looked at Yi Fei in confusion. Chapter 10:30. Battle of Kings. 10 days passed by quickly. In fact, on the 9th day, Yi Fei had already snuck out of the Sumeru space. He did not enter the small forest again, but with an idea in his mind, he ran off to catch a vicious beast at the first stage of the Heavenly Ascension stage and threw it in. A few breaths after the vicious beasts were thrown in, miserable shrieks were heard. Yi Fei knew that the Bloodkill King must have started to kill the vicious beasts again. Then, the Bloodkill King, Crown Prince Shiman Zun, and the Crown Prince walked out with cold faces. The Crown Prince Shiman Zun's expression was grave. The three of us are the strongest kings. Which vicious beasts have the guts to break into our territory? Could it be that woman testing us? It shouldn't be. I have a special method that can vaguely determine her position. She's still far away from us. This vicious beast might have broken in by accident. Shimin-Zun said disapprovingly. The Blood-Kill King nodded, then shook his head and roared. The vicious beasts are a small matter. Capturing that woman is the most important thing. 10 days is too long. We should set out now and get the blood spirit fruit. The sooner we can leave this broken place. The vicious beasts in the canyon were generally Heaven Ascension Stage 3 or Heaven Ascension Stage 3. This place could satisfy the training of ordinary young kings, but not the strongest kings. If it weren't for the pursuit of Zhao Yu, the Blood-Kill King would have left long ago. Crown Prince Shimin-Zun and the Crown Prince didn't object to the Blood-Kill King's suggestion. Now that their strength had recovered to its peak, it didn't matter if it was a day earlier or a day later. Let's go. Shimin-Zun immediately took the lead, followed by the Crown Prince Shimin-Zun and the Blood-Kill King. The three of them rushed into the sky and towards the northwest of the canyon. After they left, Yifei appeared outside the forest. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the northwest. Looks like Zhao Yu is trapped there. Sigh. That woman, she can't provoke anyone, but she just had to provoke the young emperor. So troublesome. As Yifei quietly followed behind them, he grumbled while secretly observing the actions of Shimin-Zun and the other two. They did not discover Yifei. The vicious beasts in the canyon seemed to be able to sense the terrifying auras of Shimin-Zun and the other two. Wherever the three of them went, the vicious beasts that were hiding in the canyon all retreated. This also saved Yifei the trouble of dealing with the vicious beasts. After following Shimin-Zun like this, Yifei finally arrived at the deepest part of the canyon. From afar, he could see a beautiful figure standing on top of a mountain peak. Zhao Yu, it's really her. Despite the veil covering her face, when Yifei saw that familiar figure, many past events gradually surfaced in his mind. Yifei sighed again. It's her. She didn't run when she saw us. So that's how it is. She purposely lured us here so that we won't have any helpers. Lord Sword Sovereign still has important matters to attend to and wouldn't come to such a small place. This way, she can isolate us. Shimin-Zun and the other two were all strongest kings. The Crown Prince was even born as a prince. They quickly understood Zhao Yu's intentions. This canyon was the place that Zhao Yu had chosen for the decisive battle. The three couldn't help but look at Zhao Yu with admiration. Facing us three strongest kings, not only did Miss Zhao not run, she even lured us here. Miss Zhao's courage is indeed astonishing. The Crown Prince praised from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the West Sword Sovereign's attitude towards Zhao Yu being unclear, he might have started to admire her beauty. Humph, woman, do you think that you could defeat the three of us just because you lured us here? If you know what's good for you, quickly return the blood spiritual fruit to us. Otherwise, I will torture you. The Blood Killer King said in a muffled voice. His personality was twisted and his hobby was slaughter. He wasn't like the Crown Prince who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Return it to you? This blood spiritual fruit was obviously obtained by me in the secret realm. It was the West Sword Sovereign who interfered halfway and stole my immortal crystal. Now he sent you guys to snatch the last blood spiritual fruit. Who's the real robber here? Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with rage. Following her rage, the snowy mountain suddenly turned into a fiery volcano. Ice and fire, two extreme energies were brewing in her surroundings. The Crown Prince and Shimin-Zun's faces changed. A land of ice and fire. No wonder Zhao Yu lured us here for the decisive battle. I never thought that she would be able to find such an extreme environment. But after the initial shock, a trace of malevolence flashed across Shimin-Zun's arrogant face. That's right. You were the first to discover the blood spiritual fruit and the immortal crystal. However, the location where you discovered them was within the territory of the West Sword Sovereign. According to the rules, these two treasures should belong to my big brother, the West Sword Sovereign. Miss Zhao, the blood spiritual fruit, doesn't belong to you. So it belongs to you. Zhao Yu mocked. Shimanzun didn't hear the mockery in Zhao Yu's voice. Instead, he raised his head proudly and said coldly, "That's right. This blood spiritual fruit was originally intended to be given to me by my big brother. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by you. Zhao Yu, you have the blood spiritual fruit, and I have the immortal crystal. However, this isn't beneficial to either of us. The blood spiritual fruit and the immortal crystal can only be used together to improve our bloodline. Therefore, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Zhao Yu nodded her head. This was also the reason why she stayed here. She had to think of a way to take back the immortal crystal from Shimanzun. The blood spiritual fruit alone wouldn't be of much use to her. Shimanzun was also afraid that Zhao Yu wouldn't be able to defeat them and would destroy the blood spiritual fruit. Therefore, he suggested in a deep voice, "Do you dare to have a battle of kings with me? Whoever wins will obtain the other party's treasure." "No way. There are 3 of you and 1 of me. This isn't a fair battle at all." Zhao Yu refused immediately. "Ha ha ha. Miss Zhao, you don't have to worry about this. We swear on our honor as the greatest king that the blood-killing king and I will not interfere in this battle of kings." After saying that, Crown Prince Qingfeng and the blood-killing king retreated another kilometer, putting a distance of 5 kilometers between them and Zhao Yu. Such a distance wouldn't affect them from watching the battle. However, it would be a waste of time if they rushed up to help. Shimanzun took out the immortal crystal that he had prepared in advance and said, "Of course, to show my sincerity, I can place the immortal crystal in a place where both of us can see it. Whoever wins will be able to take these 2 treasures." After saying that, Shimanzun tossed the immortal crystal into the open space between him and Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment. After all, the immortal crystal was very important to her. Since she couldn't snatch it from Shimanzun and the other 2, a battle of kings would be the best solution for now. At the same time, a battle of kings was very common in the land of buried gods. When both parties found treasures and didn't want to give up, such a battle would break out. The final winner would be able to take the treasures. Therefore, Zhao Yu finally threw the blood spiritual fruit in her hand into the open space between them. This made Shimanzun ecstatic. The reason why he, Crown Prince Qingfeng, and the blood-killing king had been chasing Zhao Yu for so long without any progress was that Zhao Yu was very strong. More importantly, they were worried that Zhao Yu would destroy the blood spiritual fruit if they were forced into a corner. Now that Zhao Yu had taken the initiative to hand over the blood spiritual fruit, Shimanzun no longer had to worry about this. "What a pity, Zhao Yu. You shouldn't have gone against me. I will let you know how powerful I, Shimanzun, am. Take my sword, heavenly flying immortal. Crown Prince Qingfeng, blood-killing king, attack." Swoosh. Chapter 1031. Unscrupulous, you guys are despicable. Zhao Yu's eyes flashed with flames of anger. In a land of buried gods, the battle of the kings was very sacred. No one had ever gone back on their word. Moreover, Crown Prince Qingfeng and Bloodkill King had sworn that they would not interfere in the battle of the kings. That was why Zhao Yu handed over the blood spiritual fruit. Who knew that Crown Prince Qingfeng and Bloodkill King would change their minds the moment she handed over the blood spiritual fruit? Especially Bloodkill King. His hypocritical face was exposed. Bloodkill King sneered as he rushed towards the blood spiritual fruit. As long as we can achieve our goal, it doesn't matter how despicable the method is. Moreover, we only swore that we would not interfere in the battle of the kings. We did not say that we would not snatch the blood spiritual fruit and immortal crystals. In the end, the blood spiritual fruit was too powerful. It was a treasure that could give birth to a special bloodline. In order to obtain such a treasure, what was the point of breaking the oath? This was also Shimanzun's plan. Seeing that Crown Prince Qingfeng and Bloodkill King had acted according to the plan, Shimanzun immediately used the transcendent flying immortal to prevent Zhao Yu from harvesting the blood spiritual fruit. Yi Fei was secretly surprised. Zhao Yu, this silly girl. Did she cultivate the supreme, unruffled emotions Dao and become stupid? How could she be fooled so easily? This shouldn't be. In his impression, Zhao Yu is not that easy to fool. Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Fei thought of a possibility. At this moment, the anger in Zhao Yu's eyes reached its peak. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Since you don't abide by the rules, then don't blame me for being ruthless. 10,000 miles, ice seal. Boom! The whole ground suddenly shook. The mountain peak that Zhao Yu was standing on was completely shattered. Then, endless cold air erupted like a flash flood, instantly sweeping in all directions. The terrifying cold air froze Shimin Zun's transcendent flying immortal. At the same time, the Bloodkill King and Crown Prince Qingfeng were also frozen. They were both shocked. Arctic cold chi. How could there be such terrifying Arctic cold chi hidden under this mountain? Boom! Shimin Zun's sword light finally broke through the ice. His face was ashen as he watched the boundless cold chi freeze the blood's spiritual fruit and the fairy crystal in a thick layer of ice. His heart was instantly filled with boundless rage. Zhao Yu, you actually refined the extreme frost chi and froze the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal. So you were already prepared. Shimin Zun's face was filled with anger. He had originally schemed against Zhao Yu, but in the end, he had been schemed against by Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu is the one who controlled the extreme cold. In other words, Zhao Yu could rush into the ice layer at any time to seize the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals. If he wanted to obtain the immortal crystals, he had to defeat Zhao Yu and disperse the cold in this special environment. The extreme frost chi in the land of buried gods had been stored for tens of thousands of years. Now that it had been released by Zhao Yu, not to mention the strongest kings, even the young sovereigns would find it difficult to disperse this terrifying ice mountain that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The Bloodkill Lord was about to go crazy. He rushed out of the ice layer in an incomparably tyrannical manner and roared at Shimin Zun. Shimin Zun, kill that woman for me. Crown Prince Qingfeng and I will break the ice layer and dig out the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal. Imperial Saint Dragon. Another huge Imperial Chi Dragon vein rushed out of the ice layer. Crown Prince Qingfeng's face was also very ugly. They had planned for a long time, but they were actually tricked by Zhao Yu. But facing the extreme frost chi released from the ground, they had no way to deal with it. They didn't want the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal to be taken away by Zhao Yu. The only thing they could do was to break the ice layer as soon as possible and dig out the treasures while Shimin Zun was busy with Zhao Yu. Do it. Without saying much, the Bloodkill Lord and Crown Prince Qingfeng's bodies erupted with blazing bloodlight at the same time. Majestic dragon Qi continuously bombarded the ground. As soon as the two strongest kings attacked, tens of thousands of tons of ice layer on the ground were blasted into ice shards and scattered in all directions. But the extreme frost chi's reserves were too large. Just as a big hole was created in the ice layer, a large amount of frost chi instantly filled the gap. The Bloodkill Lord and Crown Prince Qingfeng's faces couldn't help but become even uglier. Fortunately, Shimin Zun was still fighting with Zhao Yu in the sky. Zhao Yu wouldn't be able to free himself to take away the two treasures in the ice layer in a short period of time. They still had a chance to break the ice layer and dig out the treasures before Zhao Yu could free himself. Zhao Yu, you forced me to do this. Heavenly flying immortal. Shimin Zun's face was filled with killing intent. The blood spiritual fruit was incomparably important to him. It was the key for him to rise from the strongest king to the young emperor realm. He wouldn't allow anyone to snatch away his opportunity. Of course, Shimin Zun had forgotten that the West Sword Emperor was the one who snatched Zhao Yu's opportunity and sent Shimin Zun to kill Zhao Yu. The ice mountain continued to shatter. Shimin Zun's heavenly flying immortal was extremely terrifying. He was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. With a wave of his sword, the heavens and earth would collapse and everything would be destroyed. Zhao Yu's brows were tightly knitted. Her eyes were filled with rage. She ignored the shattered ice mountain as her snow-white hair suddenly turned fiery red. Her hair jumped like flames, turning Zhao Yu from an ice mountain goddess into a fiery goddess. The heavenly Tao is heartless. Fiery phoenix exterminating the world. Boom! Zhao Yu activated the power of her bloodline. She made a grabbing motion towards the ground. Fire phoenixes suddenly rushed out from the collapsed mountain. Those weren't real fire phoenixes. Instead, they were merciless flames controlled by Zhao Yu after refining the polarized flame. With boundless might, they instantly turned the sky into a world of flames. This scene also gave the Bloodkill King and Crown Prince a fright. This was the first time they felt how terrifying Zhao Yu was. She actually grasped the two extreme powers of ice and fire. Nine Heavens' Milky Way sword. Shimin Zun didn't dare to be careless. He dispelled the heavenly flying immortal. The resplendent sword light formed a terrifying sword light that pierced through the nine heavens. It shattered the starry sky and fell down from the Milky Way. Layers of sword light suddenly fell down like a waterfall. With a loud rumble, it fell towards the sky. 30 of the fire phoenixes that Zhao Yu condensed were instantly slashed into sparks. However, Zhao Yu wasn't surprised. After all, Shimin Zun was also a strongest king. She had fought with Shimin Zun more than once. Of course, she knew that relying on the polarized flame alone wouldn't be enough to defeat Shimin Zun. Heavenly Will Blade. Zhao Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. It was as if she had lost all her emotions. At the same time, the aura of the heavenly Tao spread out from her body. With a raise of her hand, the Milky Way sword light that filled the sky turned into a light screen. Then, thousands of fire phoenixes appeared around Zhao Yu under her control. They formed an army of fire phoenixes and charged toward Shimin Zun. 1,000 swords shattering the Milky Way. Shimin Zun's face was solemn. He took a step forward. He actually didn't fear these thousands of fire phoenixes. Dazzling sword light constantly appeared in his spatial belt. 1 sword, 10 sword, 100 sword. A total of 100 golden sacred swords that emitted a shocking aura appeared in front of Shimin Zun. With a thought from Shimin Zun, the 100 swords shot out like a storm, instantly killing the approaching fire phoenixes. They're really animals. Yifei retracted his gaze in shock. He had worked so hard just to obtain an Emperor Bei Saint sword, and it was even sealed by the Gua King. Chapter 1032. The Dragon Turtle makes a move? No, now is not the time. Yifei shook his head vigorously, forcibly retracting his gaze from the golden holy sword. At this point, the main reason for the conflict between Zhao Yu and the West Sword Emperor was the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals. Don't look at how intense the battle between Zhao Yu and Shimin Zun in the sky. But on the ground, Crown Prince Qing Feng and Bloodkill King didn't even lift their heads. They were only focused on digging the ice layer. From this, one could see how attractive the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals were to them. Since even the strongest kings were working so hard, Yifei was naturally moved. Shimin Zun is delaying Zhao Yu while Crown Prince Qing Feng and Bloodkill King are seizing the opportunity to snatch the treasures. It's a good plan, but it's also a good opportunity for me to reap the benefits. Yifei's mind began to spin rapidly, hoping to come up with a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he save Zhao Yu and make this violent woman owe him a favor, but he could also get the 2 treasures along the way. It's just that Crown Prince Qing Feng and Bloodkill King are both strongest kings. I have the confidence to deal with 1, but if I have to deal with 2, I might not have the time to snatch the treasures. It's meaningless to expose myself like that. Yifei was in a difficult position. Squeak. Just when Yifei was in a difficult position, Xiao Qiao was bored being stuck in the beast mark space. She simply stuck her head out and helped Yifei come up with a plan. Of course, Xiao Qiao's plan was very simple. She just made a turtle gesture and hid back, afraid of being discovered. However, Yifei's eyes lit up. How could he forget about the dragon turtle? Immediately, Yifei opened a crack in the Sumeru space and transmitted a message inside. Soon, a palm-sized crystal tortoise poked its head out of the space. Seeing the ice outside and the battle between the strongest kings, the dragon tortoise was shocked. It shrunk its neck and wanted to hide. Yi Fei obviously wouldn't let the dragon tortoise succeed. He grabbed the dragon turtle by the neck and dragged it out. He threatened fiercely, "Big Black, you better behave yourself. Do you see the blood spirit fruit and fairy crystal in the ice? I'll go over in a moment and stall those two strongest kings. You sneak in through the ice and steal those two treasures for me." The dragon turtle was very reluctant. It was now a ferocious demon in Baxia. How could Yi Fei ask it to steal something? The dragon turtle immediately revealed a look of disdain. "If you succeed, I'll give you 1 billion high-grade spirit stones." Yi Fei added, "Roar." The dragon turtle's disdain immediately turned into flattery. It even rubbed against Yi Fei's leg affectionately. Then it bit into the ice and dug a palm-sized hole. Then the dragon turtle retreated and looked at Yi Fei sneakily. Yi Fei was speechless. He understood that the dragon turtle wanted him to stall Crown Prince of Light Wind and Bloodkill King. After all, the blood spirit fruit was being watched by Zhao Yu and Shimanzun. Crown Prince of Light Wind and Bloodkill King were crazily digging below. If it wasn't for diverting their attention, no matter how sneaky the dragon turtle was, it wouldn't have been able to get close to the blood spirit fruit. Understanding this, Yi Fei didn't hesitate. He nodded at the dragon turtle. In an instant, Yi Fei rushed out from behind the ice mountain. With just one step, he appeared behind Crown Prince of Light Wind and Bloodkill King. Who's there? They were, after all, the strongest kings. Their reactions were very fast. The moment Yi Fei appeared, he was discovered by them. Crown Prince of Light Wind didn't even turn his head and continued to dig. Bloodkill King turned around violently and roared with killing intent. "Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me, Bloodkill King? The one who wants your life die." Yi Fei didn't have the intention to talk nonsense with Bloodkill King. He knew that only by getting rid of these two strongest kings as soon as possible, he would be able to share the burden of Zhao Yu, who was fighting in the sky. Life and death fist. Yi Fei rushed in front of Bloodkill King and faced him with a terrifying fist radiance. It was as bright as the stars, shrouding Bloodkill King and Crown Prince of Light Wind under the undying fist aura. 120% fist aura. You're also a strongest king. The martial Dao aura released by Yi Fei shocked Bloodkill King and Crown Prince of Light Wind. Crown Prince of Light Wind finally turned around and stopped destroying the ice layer. Bloodkill King's face was ferocious. He roared, and two boning knives suddenly appeared in his two short hands. A gloomy, bloody light turned into a cold light and slashed towards Yi Fei's fist. "I don't care who you are. How dare you sneak attack me? I'll take your life." Boom. The knife radiance collided with the fist aura. Bloodkill King was very confident that his knife would be able to cut off a piece of flesh from Yi Fei's hand. But soon, Bloodkill King's eyes widened in shock. He saw Yi Fei's fist radiance suddenly flash with a purple-gold light. Not only did it shatter Bloodkill King's knife radiance, but the light condensed by the life and death fist aura also shattered Bloodkill King's protective True Yuan. Bloodkill King let out a ferocious roar. He was forced to retreat 10 steps. His blood and chi were in turmoil. At the same time, his boning knife was shattered by Yi Fei. Yi Fei was shocked. He had only added 1/10 of his despair energy into the life and death fist aura. How could it shatter an emperor weapon so easily? This power was too terrifying. After the Bloodkill King recovered from his shock, he let out a furious roar. "You actually destroyed my emperor weapon. I'll kill you. Hold on. King, we're the subordinates of the West Sword Emperor. We have no grudges with you. Why are you attacking us?" Crown Prince of Light Wind was shocked when he saw Yi Fei repelling Bloodkill King with a single punch. While stopping Bloodkill King, he also wanted to inquire about Yi Fei's identity. Clearly, Crown Prince of Light Wind was a cautious person. Unfortunately, they were actually chasing after Zhao Yu. Yi Fei's heart burned with anger as he thought about it. His voice was cold as he said, "There's no grudge. You guys are chasing after Zhao Yu. That means you're going against me. How dare you attack me? We have no grudge." "What? She's your woman? Blood Kill King was shocked. Hearing this, Yi Fei almost vomited blood on the spot. This Blood Kill King was too stupid. He was clearly trying to kill him. Yi Fei could only hope that Zhao Yu didn't hear this. So that's how it is. She's actually your woman. No wonder you attacked us. It seems like we can't let you live today. Crown Prince of Light Wind released his killing intent. He understood that there was no turning back for Yi Fei. Blood Kill King's words caused Shimanzun, who was fighting in the sky, to misunderstand. He was shocked and furious. He pointed at Zhao Yu and cursed. Good. You actually have helpers. Today, I, Shimanzun, will let you guys die here and become a pair of Mandarin ducks. Shut up. Yi Fei and Zhao Yu bellowed at the same time. Yi Fei was stunned. At this moment, he even had the thought of whipping Blood Kill King's corpse. What an unrestrained bastard. Zhao Yu was also furious. She never thought that Yi Fei would appear here and spout nonsense about her being his woman. At that moment, Zhao Yu didn't even care about Shimanzun anymore. He just stared at Yi Fei with his cold eyes. A faint blush flashed across his face. Luckily, his face was covered by a veil, so no one could see it. Chapter 1033. An intense battle. Yi Fei's appearance did not stop this battle of kings. Instead, it became more and more intense. Seeing Yi Fei's appearance, Zhao Yu was surprised and a little depressed, especially the Blood Kill King's misunderstanding. Her cold eyes flashed with anger for the first time. What are you doing here? Zhao Yu's gaze was complicated. I'm here to help you. Yi Fei's tone was firm. In fact, he did not know what was going on. When he heard that Zhao Yu was in danger, he became hot-headed and rushed over. Zhao Yu's gaze became even more complicated. She wanted to say that she did not need Yi Fei's help. But logic told her that if Yi Fei helped her, she still had a chance to obtain the blood spiritual fruit and immortal crystals. If Yi Fei did not help her, her chances were slim. In the end, although Zhao Yu was strong, she had to face 3 of the strongest espers. Be careful. Without saying much, Zhao Yu and Shimanzun fought again. Are you concerned about me? Yi Fei smiled bitterly. This woman was still as cold as before. He really shouldn't have been hot-headed and come over to help her. Shaking his head, Yi Fei looked at the Crown Prince and the Blood Kill King, who were rushing towards him. This time, the Crown Prince did not hesitate. He locked onto Yi Fei with his spiritual sense and immediately unleashed his killing intent. An imperial golden dragon emerged from the Crown Prince's body. The dragon roared and a huge dragon claw mercilessly slapped down on Yi Fei. I'm going to peel your skin and pull out your tendons. The Blood Kill King also rushed over. His short hand raised the only remaining boning knife. His knife chi turned into wind and clouds. The sharp edge caused terrifying cracks to appear in the sky. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei punched out with his right fist. Like a shining star, it shattered the void and collided with the Crown Prince's golden dragon. At the same time, the violet gold Tai Chi on Yi Fei's body formed a bright sphere that perfectly protected him. Boom! The golden dragon was instantly destroyed by Yi Fei's life and death fist. Crown Prince Qing Feng's expression didn't change as a cold smile appeared on his face. We are both strongest kings. How unwise of you to fight 2 against 1. As long as Zhao Yu is safe, so what if it's unwise? Yi Fei smiled coldly. Suddenly, the purple gold taiji on his body trembled violently. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. The Blood Kill King's attack finally arrived. His astral saber transformed into wind, evolving into endless saber lights. Finally, these saber lights blew the icebergs into smithereens. But what shocked the Blood Kill King was that such a terrifying saber wind actually couldn't break through Yi Fei's defense. His defense is impenetrable. How is this possible? The Blood Kill Lord's twisted face revealed a rare look of shock. Since martial arts are useless against him, then we will use the strength of our physical body. In this world, even a martial god can't achieve true impenetrability. Crown Prince Qing Feng's eyes shone with wisdom. After all, he had defeated the strongest sky prides of 30 empires in a row. His combat experience was extremely rich. He actually saw through the weakness of Yi Fei's violet gold Tai Chi with a single glance. Impenetrability was just a facade. Unless Yi Fei could completely integrate the power of despair, he wouldn't be able to achieve true impenetrability. Die! How dare you make a fool of me? I will cut off your flesh. The Bloodkill King also reacted. He gave up on using his hands and used his legs to catch the saber. His legs were fast and long. They were actually 10 times more agile than his hands. The Bloodkill King's leg saber slashed down, forming a flexible and twisting poisonous snake. His poisonous fangs were the boning saber that was close to his legs. Tyrant Dragon ascends to the heavens. Roar! Crown Prince Qing Feng's body was surging with dragon aura. He wore a flat imperial crown on his head and a 9-dragon robe. As he punched out with his fists, 9 true dragons appeared between heaven and earth, constantly roaring around him. True dragons protecting the body and the appearance of the emperor? If the strongest king is so terrifying, then how strong would the young emperor be? At this moment, Yi Fei's battle intent was boiling. His martial path was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. The strength of Crown Prince Qing Feng and the Bloodkill King made Yi Fei feel as if his blood was boiling. This was the battle he needed. This was the martial path that he persevered on. You two, take my fist. Life and death fist. Yi Fei suddenly roared. The Undying Force, Battle Demon Force, and Azura Force emerged from his body at the same time and condensed together in an instant. Kill! Yi Fei took the lead and charged towards Crown Prince Qing Feng. Fist against fist, he didn't retreat at all. It was like 2 resplendent stars colliding together. As soon as they clashed, a cruel and bloody battle broke out. Rumble. Under the violent life and death battle, Yi Fei slaughtered 8 out of the 9 golden dragons in a single breath. The loss of the golden dragons infuriated the Crown Prince. Wrath of the Emperor. Crown Prince Qing Feng roared. He was like the Emperor who was enraged. An eerie scene of millions of malicious spirits appear behind him. Endless corpse chi and terrifying fist lights clashed with Yi Fei's fist aura. Taking advantage of Crown Prince Qing Feng's delay, the Bloodkill King's twisted face silently revealed a sinister smile. His legs elongated and twisted into a malicious viper, suddenly appearing behind Yi Fei's back. Swoosh! The viper opened its fangs and fiercely bit Yi Fei, followed by the second and third bite. Its speed was even more terrifying than a violent storm. Even the purple gold Tai Chi could only withstand 20 strikes before it was completely shattered by the Bloodkill King. Kill! After breaking through Yi Fei's defense, the Bloodkill King was ecstatic. His leg blades became faster and swiped towards Yi Fei's neck without hesitation. Kill! Crown Prince Qing Feng cooperated with the Bloodkill King and continuously punched Yi Fei, leaving Yi Fei no chance to turn back. The more murderous the Bloodkill King is, the faster his blade will be. You will pay for your unwise decision with your life. Crown Prince Qing Feng's eyes were filled with arrogance like an emperor as he sentenced Yi Fei. Yi Fei only sneered and faintly shook his head. Unfortunately, I am in control of my own fate. Your fates will also be in my control. Tai Chi Cloud Hand foretells to 1,000 caddies. An ant trying to shake a mountain. Yi Fei suddenly changed his move. He separated his hands and quickly drew 2 mysterious Tai Chi arcs. One of the arcs guided the Crown Prince's 9-dragon strength and the wrath of the Emperor. It brushed past Yi Fei's body and struck behind him. The other arc quickly circled to the back of Yi Fei's head and similarly guided the Bloodkill King's blade to slash forward from Yi Fei's side. PFFF. Crown Prince Qing Feng didn't expect this unforeseen event. His 9-dragon strength didn't hurt Yi Fei. Instead, the Bloodkill King, who had launched a sneak attack from behind, vomited blood and suffered heavy injuries. As the Blood Killer Lord retreated, the Feng-like boning knife on his leg ruthlessly dug into Crown Prince Qing Feng's shoulder. With just one stab, the flesh on Crown Prince Qing Feng's shoulder was sliced off along the bone. The Crown Prince couldn't help but scream in pain. It was this opportunity. While Zhao Yu and Shi Minzun were fighting fiercely, Crown Prince Qing Feng and the Bloodkill King were furious and injured at the same time. Suddenly, a turtle head with mung bean eyes popped out from under the layer of ice. It looked around sneakily, and then with a whoosh, it quickly drilled into the layer of ice. Chapter 1034. The first sword of the Western Emperor Zhao Yu and Shi Minzun naturally had their reasons for placing the blood spiritual fruit and the immortal crystal on the ground. In fact, these two treasures were imbued with their spiritual consciousness. However, this wasn't a problem for the dragon turtle, who was already in the Heaven Ascension realm. It merely breathed out 2 mouthfuls of demonic aura and destroyed their spiritual consciousnesses. Then, the dragon turtle nimbly stuffed the 2 treasures into its shell. With a whoosh, the dragon turtle didn't retreat from the layer of ice. Instead, it continued to dig a hole underground. This way, it could better conceal its aura. However, Zhao Yu and Shi Minzun immediately sensed the sudden disappearance of the blood spiritual fruit and the immortal crystal. They quickly stopped fighting and looked down at the layer of ice. They saw that it was empty. The blood spiritual fruit and the immortal crystal had disappeared at the same time, leaving only a palm-sized hole. Zhao Yu's expression changed. She thought that Yi Fei couldn't defeat Crown Prince Qing Feng and the Bloodkill King, which led to the blood spiritual fruit being stolen. She quickly looked at Yi Fei, only to see Yi Fei standing majestically on the spot. Crown Prince Qing Feng and the Bloodkill King, on the other hand, were screaming in pain as they retreated. They had obviously suffered heavy injuries. Zhao Yu's eyes widened. Yi Fei didn't fail. Then who took the blood spiritual fruit? Crown Prince Qing Feng, Bloodkill King, you two trash. Shi Minzun saw the disappearance of the immortal crystal and the scene of the two being defeated by Yi Fei. Shi Minzun didn't need to guess. He knew that Yi Fei must have secretly done something to the disappearance of the blood spiritual fruit and the immortal crystal. When he thought about how he had fought Zhao Yu to the death and even violated the Battle of the Kings, only to be taken advantage of by Yi Fei in the end, Shi Minzun's face turned green with anger. Die! 100 golden sacred swords whizzed out at the same time. Shi Minzun suddenly abandoned Zhao Yu and his sword light appeared in front of Yi Fei. The sword light was vast and mighty like a raging river. Accompanied by the 100 golden sacred swords, Shi Minzun's sword split the solid layer of ice in half. Without a doubt, among the 3 of them, Shi Minzun was the strongest, especially the 100 golden holy swords on his body, which gave many opponents a huge amount of pressure. However, this pressure did not apply to Yi Fei. When he saw the 100 golden holy swords flying towards him, Yi Fei's eyes turned red. Treasures. These are all treasures. Shi Minzun, since you don't want them, I won't hold back. Boom. Ever since the Imperial Sacred Sword had been sealed by Gua Wang and turned into scrap metal, Yi Fei had been worried about not having a suitable emperor weapon. Now that Shi Minzun had taken the initiative to give him over 100 golden sacred swords, Yi Fei's eyes were shining with greed. The 100 golden sacred swords might be a great threat in the eyes of other kings, but in Yi Fei's eyes, it was Shi Minzun taking the initiative to give him treasures. Yi Fei took large strides forward, as if he was going to use his body to block the 100 golden sacred swords. For some reason, Zhao Yu felt slightly nervous. The Crown Prince and Bloodkill King sneered at the same time. The 100 golden sacred swords were Shi Minzun's greatest trump card. Even they didn't dare to take them head-on. Yi Fei actually dared to face them head-on. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Let's see how he dies later. The two of them looked at each other. They were both prepared to kill Yi Fei if he was seriously injured. They were prepared to kill Yi Fei. Zhao Yu's cold eyes flashed with a trace of anxiousness. He was secretly prepared to take action. At this moment, Shi Minzun's 100 golden sacred swords carried boundless power. They formed 100 terrifying streams of light that pierced through the void and pierced through Yi Fei's body. At the same time, Yi Fei suddenly roared. 10 terrifying black holes appeared behind him and swallowed the 100 golden sacred swords. This kid is crazy. He actually dared to use his primordial spirit to devour Shimin Zun's golden sacred swords. The Crown Prince and Bloodkill King were shocked. One had to know that the 100 golden sacred swords not only contained Shimin Zun's terrifying sword Qi, but they also contained a trace of Shimin Zun's divine consciousness. Shimin Zun wasn't shocked when he saw Yi Fei swallow all his golden sacred swords in one breath. Instead, he was delighted. He sneered as if he was looking at a fool. Explode. Shimin Zun spat out this word coldly. He instantly detonated his divine consciousness in the golden sacred swords. The 100 golden sacred swords that Yi Fei had swallowed expanded at the same time. They were about to explode with sword aura. They wanted to destroy Yi Fei's primordial spirit. Undying sword soul, wake up! Yi Fei roared in his heart. At the same time, a destructive sword Qi burst out from Yi Fei's body. In an instant, the divine consciousness that Shimin Zun had attached to the golden sacred swords was destroyed by the undying sword soul. Naturally, the 100 golden sacred swords were also frightened. They trembled and obediently fell into Yi Fei's hands. The sword spirits within the swords couldn't resist the suppression of the undying sword soul and were subdued by Yi Fei. Not bad, not bad. Although I took a little risk, I was able to obtain 100 supreme-grade royal weapons. I didn't lose out this time. Yi Fei picked up a golden sacred sword and dripped his blood on it to bind it to him. He was grinning from ear to ear. Puff! Shimin Zun's divine consciousness had been destroyed, and his beloved 100 supreme-grade royal weapons had been taken away. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've gone too far. How dare you steal my royal weapons? I'll take your lives. Shimin Zun was furious. Who didn't know that his strongest weapon was the 100 royal sacred swords? In the end, Yi Fei had used some despicable method to take away all his royal sacred swords and even bind them to him on the spot. This was worse than slapping Shimin Zun's face. Shimin Zun couldn't take it anymore. He took out a sword talisman and pointed it at Yi Fei and crushed it. Big brother, help me kill him. I want him to be torn into pieces. The sword talisman was crushed, and heaven and earth were torn apart. An arrogant figure with a huge sword on his back appeared in the sky. Seeing this figure, Crown Prince Qing Feng and Bloodkill King trembled. It's the West Sword Emperor's divine consciousness. I didn't expect the Lord Sword Emperor to condense a strand of his divine consciousness into a sword talisman and pass it to Shimin Zun. It's actually a sword talisman condensed by the West Sword Emperor's divine consciousness. Seeing the figure in the sky that was condensed by sword light, Zhao Yu's eyes couldn't help but flash with shock. She didn't expect that Shimin Zun had such a trump card hidden in his hands. It was very likely that this was the trump card that Shimin Zun was relying on to deal with her. In his rage, Shimin Zun used it to deal with Yi Fei. Yi Fei, why aren't you retreating? Zhao Yu stomped her foot and couldn't help but remind him. Don't even think about leaving. If you don't return my sacred swords and hand over the blood spiritual fruits and immortal crystals, I, Shimin Zun, will take your lives. Die. Chapter 1035. Heavenly Flying Immortal. Heavenly Flying Immortal. What was sealed within the sword talisman was the West Sword Emperor's sword technique. At the same time, it was the strongest technique of the Shimin family. Once this sword technique was used, it would allow a cultivator to possess immortal energy, turning a mortal sword into an immortal sword. Its might was peerless, and it could destroy stars. It could even kill enemies of a higher realm. When they saw this move sealed within the sword talisman, the Crown Prince and the Bloodkill King's faces changed. They quickly retreated to the left and right, afraid that they would be affected by the West Sword Emperor's terrifying sword. Before the sword light arrived, the terrifying sword Qi had already shattered Zhao Yu's protective True Yuan and the veil on her face. This was the might of the young emperor's sword. Such a sword aura caused a trace of fear to appear on Zhao Yu's peerless face. But very quickly, Zhao Yu's face turned into shock, because just as she was feeling frightened, a mountain-like back blocked her path. Zhao Yu's heart inexplicably trembled. Yi Fei, are you crazy? She suddenly understood what Yi Fei was trying to do. That's right, I'm crazy. But so what if I'm crazy for the sake of protecting my woman? Yi Fei's tone carried a trace of ridicule, but his face was grave. In the end, this was the full-strength attack of a young emperor. Back in the imperial capital, the Northern Fist Emperor had defeated Bailey Zhun with a single punch. Now, would he have the ability to receive the West Sword Emperor's full-strength attack? Yi Fei's heart suddenly burned with a raging battle intent. Zhao Yu's eyes also flashed with a trace of astonishment. Then, her face started to heat up. Fortunately, she had a cold personality and quickly suppressed the emotions in her heart. She decided that she would settle the score with Yi Fei later. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're just a speck of light. You're delusional enough to compete with the moon. Shimin Zun's face was filled with disdain and coldness when he saw that Yi Fei didn't dodge the sword of a peerless emperor. Boom! As soon as he said that, the West Sword Emperor's transcendent flying immortal was fully activated. The sky shook and the void trembled. A sword light that contained boundless destructive power slashed down mercilessly at Yi Fei. Before the sword light arrived, the space behind Yi Fei had already been torn into pieces. Yi Fei's expression became even more serious. However, he did not turn around. Instead, he suddenly strode forward. This is my chance to figure out the gap between me and the young sovereign realm expert. I cannot shrink back. The seniors from the Azura Saint Palace are all invincible. If they can do it, so can I. Kill. Heaven-shattering fist. Yi Fei activated the divine battle Dao and executed a fist of life and death. His fist glowed like a purple golden star as he punched forward. Ripples appeared in the air and spread in all directions. In the end, it clashed with the sword glow formed by the otherworldly flying immortal. The sword light instantly stopped. Zhao Yu was shocked. This is impossible. He can actually block Lord Sword Emperor's transcendent flying immortal. Crown Prince Light Wind and Bloodkill King were both shocked. Originally, they were unwilling to accept that Yi Fei had defeated them. They thought that Yi Fei had used a trick. Only now did they realize how terrifying Yi Fei's true strength was. You do have some ability. However, how can the attack of a young sovereign realm expert be so easily blocked? Shimin Zun was incomparably arrogant. His eyes were still filled with disdain. In the end, to become a young sovereign realm expert, one had to have the ability to fight across 6 levels. As for Yi Fei's divine battle Dao, it was only at 50%. In other words, Yi Fei could only fight across 5 levels. Even if his fist of life and death contained the power of despair, he still couldn't make up for the gap in a short period of time. The moment the sword light was blocked, a terrifying sword light suddenly turned into a terrifying crescent moon. Silently, it had already shattered the stars formed by the fist of life and death. The terrifying sword continued to move forward, aiming at Yi Fei's chest. However, Yi Fei remained unmoved. The fist aura disappeared. Boundless purple golden light emerged from his body once again. Purple golden Taiji, invulnerable. Boom! Yi Fei was like a raging war demon. He jumped up and punched again and again, forming a terrifying meteor that smashed towards the sword light. However, this sword light was too powerful. Although the fist of life and death could weaken the sword light, it couldn't stop the sword light from falling. A loud bang was heard. The sword light had mercilessly shattered Yi Fei's purple golden Taiji. At the same time, Yi Fei's clothes were also shattered. Traces of sharp sword light shone on Yi Fei's body. Instantly, countless tiny sword wounds appeared on Yi Fei's body. The intense pain caused Yi Fei's face to distort. Only Yi Fei's eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. The more serious his injuries were, the more the fighting spirit in his eyes burned. Taiji Cloud Hand. Suddenly, purple golden flames burned fiercely from Yi Fei's hands. Yi Fei executed the Taiji cloud hand. A rotating Taiji diagram quickly appeared on his hands. The endless power of despair filled the Taiji diagram, causing it to be filled with a sacred radiance. Boom! The entire valley shook violently when the West Sword Emperor's transcendent, flying immortal collided with the Taiji diagram. Yi Fei's blood and qi rumbled like a raging tsunami. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his feet uncontrollably retreated. At the same time, the West Sword Emperor's transcendent flying immortal was pushed back by Yi Fei's Taiji cloud hand and slashed toward Shimanzun. How'd he do it? He actually blocked an attack from an emperor. The contempt on Shimanzun's face disappeared. The Crown Prince and Bloodkill King's faces were filled with shock and fear. At this moment, they were standing beside Shimanzun, ready to watch a good show. In the end, they didn't get to watch a good show. Instead, they were unlucky enough to be targeted by the Sword Emperor's transcendent flying immortal. He will die a horrible death. The Crown Prince and Bloodkill King cursed at the same time. Yi Fei's Taiji cloud hand was too sinister and infuriating. Using the opponent's attack to counterattack wasn't a good feeling. Not to mention, the Crown Prince and Bloodkill King had already suffered a loss before. This time, they reacted quickly and used all their strength to escape in all directions. Shimanzun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He hurriedly took out a golden shield and blocked in front of him to block the transcendent flying immortal's attack. Just when the three strongest kings were busy trying to save their lives, a tortoise head suddenly popped out from the thick layer of ice. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the dragon tortoise climbed up Yi Fei's pants and climbed onto Yi Fei's body. Its movement was so fast that even Zhao Yu didn't notice it. The dragon tortoise had already successfully entered Yi Fei's pocket. Yi Fei rejoiced in his heart. He knew that the dragon tortoise had succeeded. Although he wanted to kill Shimanzun and the other two, he saw a dozen rays of light in the distance. As expected, he turned around and returned to Zhao Yu's side. Damn, the West Sword Emperor's men are so fast. Zhao Yu, let's go. With that, he hugged Zhao Yu's waist tightly. Yi Fei hurriedly activated 100 miles in an instant. When he realized that Yi Fei was hugging him, Zhao Yu's face turned black. He had the urge to send Yi Fei flying with a kick. Chapter 1036. Call it quits rumble. The canyon shook. More than a dozen young kings who had rushed over were shaken by the sword qi and fell to the ground, bleeding from their noses and mouths. In the end, transcendent flying immortal still exploded in front of Shimanzun. The terrifying sword qi turned the surrounding 100 li into a chaotic sword qi space. In the depths of the space stood three people with ashen faces. They were none other than Shimanzun, Crown Prince Light Wind, and Bloodkill King. They were, after all, strongest kings. Even when facing the strongest attack of a young emperor, they could still survive. However, other than Shimanzun, who had a golden shield and wasn't injured, 8 of Crown Prince Light Wind's 9 golden dragons had already been destroyed. Bloodkill King's last boning knife had also been blown to pieces. The loss of an emperor weapon made Bloodkill King fly into a rage. He roared in the direction Yi Fei had escaped. Stay here. If you have the guts, fight with me for 100 rounds. Lords, we have something to report. Hearing Bloodkill King's roar, the injured ordinary kings quickly flew back and told them about Yi Fei's sneak attack and how he had broken into the canyon. Only then did Shimanzun know that Yi Fei had actually followed them all the way and had taken advantage of their battle with Zhao Yu. Not only had he stolen the blood spirit fruit and immortal crystals, but what Shimanzun couldn't accept the most was the humiliation of Yi Fei snatching 100 extreme Great Emperor weapons from him right in front of his face. However, now that Yi Fei had escaped, Shimanzun had no way of venting his anger. Thus, he decided to vent his anger on the ordinary kings. A bunch of trash. To think that you are kings. You can't even stop a single one of you. Hearing this, the expressions of the young kings turned ugly. Crown Prince Light Wind's voice was low as he helplessly tried to persuade Shimanzun. You can't blame them for this. After all, that person is also a strongest king. He was able to block the Sword Emperor's attack and escape calmly. This person is indeed a strong opponent. I don't care who he is, but Shimanzun, will not let him off if he dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of us. Pass down my order, block the entrance of the canyon. This canyon will be the place where the two of them will die. Shimanzun's face was ashen. Shimanzun's entire body was filled with rage when he thought about how Yi Fei had destroyed his hope of becoming a ruler. The Bloodkill King was still a little worried. What if they don't come out? I think that we should notify the Sword Emperor and mobilize a large number of experts from our Sword Emperor city. In this way, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. What the Bloodkiller King said makes sense. Shimanzun, we could do that. Crown Prince Qing Feng nodded and agreed with the Bloodkiller King's plan. Shimanzun's expression turned slightly better. After all, although the canyon was very big, there was only one exit. As long as they guarded the exit, unless Yi Fei and Zhao Yu could break through their blockade, it would not be of much use even if they obtained the blood spirit fruit and immortal crystals. Shimanzun immediately brought his people back to the entrance of the canyon and patiently waited for Yi Fei to appear. At the same time, he sent people to inform the West Sword Emperor of what had happened. Yi Fei brought Zhao Yu and ran for 500 miles in one breath before they found a safe place to stay. Of course, Yi Fei was busy running for his life. He did not notice that his hand was still wrapped around Zhao Yu's waist. Along the way, Zhao Yu had been enduring it again and again. At this moment, Zhao Yu was extremely regretful that she maintained such intimate contact with Yi Fei. Originally, she saw that Yi Fei was injured and it was not good for her to make a move. But soon, Zhao Yu was surprised to find that Yi Fei's injuries were recovering rapidly even without treatment. Zhao Yu could no longer endure it. Her face was cold as she stared at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, you are a little too much. How am I too much? Yi Fei was stunned. Faced with Yi Fei's dullness, Zhao Yu was suddenly speechless. She simply twisted her body. Through the skin contact, Yi Fei finally understood what had happened. He was courting death. He originally wanted to grab Zhao Yu and run for his life, but he actually accidentally placed his hand on Zhao Yu's waist. He even thought that Zhao Yu's personality had changed. She was actually willing to lean on him. The real reason was that he was hugging Zhao Yu too tightly. Zhao Yu had no choice but to lean on him. This misunderstanding was too big, especially since Zhao Yu's nature was very fierce. Yi Fei quickly let go of his hand. Zhao Yu, listen to my explanation. I was purely careless. Zhao Yu's face darkened. She reminded him coldly. Then you said that I am your woman. Was that also careless? Did I say such a thing? Yi Fei was shocked. He didn't remember saying such a thing. Of course, if Zhao Yu admitted it, he could reluctantly accept it. Zhao Yu glared fiercely at Yi Fei. Faced with Yi Fei's dullness, she was already in despair. She simply changed the topic. At the same time, she spread her hands and said to Yi Fei, although you helped me, I also saved the lives of your two brothers. We don't owe each other anything now. Give me the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals, and I will leave. I can give you the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals, but I have a condition. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. The blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals were only useful to those with special bloodlines. He didn't have any special bloodlines, so these two treasures were useless to him. However, Yi Fei felt that he had to take this opportunity to persuade Zhao Yu. As though she knew what Yi Fei was going to say, Zhao Yu beat him to it. No, you can give up. I already told you that the old Zhao Yu is already dead. The current me is a new me. Moreover, every time I break through to a new realm, I will forget my previous memories. Even if I used to like you, I will definitely forget you in the future. What? Zhao Yu used to like me? Yi Fei was really shocked this time. This was the first time he had heard Zhao Yu personally express her feelings for him. Zhao Yu was also a little surprised. Why? Didn't your condition ask me to stay and be with you? Ahem. Zhao Yu, My condition is that you don't cultivate the Tao of the Great Oblivion. The heavenly Tao is heartless, but humans have feelings. Abandoning feelings is not in accordance with the heavenly Tao. As Yi Fei spoke, he suddenly felt a chill around him. He hurriedly looked at Zhao Yu, only to see Zhao Yu's cold expression. Her cold eyes were enough to melt a volcano into a popsicle. With a loud boom, Zhao Yu froze 300 miles. Yi Fei was frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot. He stood in a vast world of ice and snow. Then Zhao Yu turned and left. Her frosty face suddenly flushed with embarrassment and anger. Originally, Zhao Yu thought that Yi Fei had obtained the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals to threaten her and make some outrageous demands of her. Who knew that Yi Fei had no such intentions at all? Instead, it was Zhao Yu who had been thinking the wrong way along the way. In the end, she had even said those words in front of Yi Fei. Chapter 10:37. Golden Leaf. Sigh, this Zhao Yu is still the same as before. She can't even crack a joke. Yi Fei was a little gloomy when the ice sculpture shattered. With his strength, of course, he would not be trapped by a small piece of ice. However, seeing that Zhao Yu seemed to want to cultivate the grand, unruffled emotions Tao to the end, Yi Fei still felt a little regretful. The moment Zhao Yu stepped into the cave, he followed. What are you doing here? Zhao Yu still looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, she had taken out a thin veil to cover her face before entering the cave. This way, Yi Fei could not see what expression Zhao Yu was wearing. If you can come in, why can't I? Don't forget that the blood spiritual fruit and immortal crystals are still in my hands. Yi Fei's move was indeed effective. At first, Zhao Yu still felt that her relationship with Yi Fei was a little awkward. However, when she heard about the blood spiritual fruit and immortal crystals, she immediately stopped talking and tacitly agreed to let Yi Fei enter the cave. Both parties were silent. Zhao Yu did not know where to start. Yi Fei also felt that his relationship with Zhao Yu was a little complicated. In the end, it was Zhao Yu who broke the silence. She said very seriously, Yi Fei, what do I have to do for you to give me the blood spiritual fruit and immortal crystals? Didn't I say that as long as you give up cultivating the grand, unruffled emotions Tao, I will give you the treasures? Yi Fei insisted. He really did not want to see Zhao Yu continue like this. Zhao Yu's gaze was also very determined. She shook her head and said, Impossible. The grand, unruffled emotions Tao is the martial path that I have chosen. There is no turning back in martial arts. Since I have chosen it, no matter the price, I will continue walking it. Continue walking? How can you continue walking? Continue living like this, neither human nor ghost. Life is different because there are all kinds of emotions. You have forgotten all your emotions. What's the difference between you and a walking corpse? Maybe I'm being nosy, but as a former friend, I can't watch you continue to sink. Yi Fei stared at Zhao Yu with bright eyes. Such a gaze suddenly made Zhao Yu panic. She hurriedly circulated the great oblivion Tao and forced herself to return to her emotionless state. She said coldly, Friend? Yi Fei, how many times do you want me to say this? We used to be friends, but the me of the past has long disappeared. Every breakthrough in the Tao of the Great Oblivion is a new life for me. No matter how hard you work, no matter how deep our relationship was, I will forget you and everything that happened in the past. After saying this, Zhao Yu's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of sadness. However, this was the path she had chosen. She could no longer turn back, nor could she turn back. Yi Fei also keenly captured Zhao Yu's momentary change in mood. He was overjoyed. He understood that Zhao Yu could still be saved. Her seemingly heartless words were, in fact, just an excuse. I once swore that I would definitely find the you of the past. We can make a promise. No matter how many times you forget me, I will make you remember me again. You can forget me, but I will definitely not forget you. As long as you are willing, I will not give up. Yi Fei suddenly stepped forward and walked toward Zhao Yu. His eyes were unprecedentedly resolute. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu was suddenly a little taken aback. To cultivate the Tao of the Great Oblivion, One had to sever all emotions and attachments. Zhao Yu knew very well what she would lose once she embarked on this path. She would lose all her friends. She would not experience any emotions. The only thing she did not expect was Yi Fei's persistence and Yi Fei's determination. No matter how many times I forget, you will always help me remember? After mulling over these words, Zhao Yu's gaze finally softened. Yi Fei, thank you so much. Now, I finally understand why she cares so much about you. However, I'm not her. I cannot retreat, and I cannot give up. There is one thing that I need to do. I need to practice the way of the great oblivion in order to accomplish it. Zhao Yu sighed and forcefully resisted the urge to agree to Yi Fei's request. Her gaze once again returned to its cold indifference, and her tone became resolute. Just like Yi Fei, Zhao Yu's heart was also filled with stubbornness. Sensing Zhao Yu's determination, Yi Fei was very dissatisfied. He understood that his persuasion had failed. At the same time, he was a little curious. What exactly is it that you are willing to pay such a huge price for? Of course it's. Zhao Yu subconsciously wanted to tell Yi Fei, but she quickly reacted. Who was Yi Fei to her? Why should she answer whatever Yi Fei asked? Furthermore, from the moment they entered the cave, Yi Fei had been overbearing. On the other hand, Zhao Yu was like an ostrich. She was almost forced into a corner by Yi Fei. After all, she was the future empress. How could Zhao Yu so easily compromise with Yi Fei? She quickly adjusted her state of mind and glared fiercely at Yi Fei. Why should I tell you? In short, I must obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. I must obtain the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal. Yi Fei, I will not let you suffer a loss. I can use treasures to exchange for them. After speaking, Zhao Yu made up her mind. She took out a golden map and threw it to Yi Fei. She said in a serious tone, I found this leaf when I found the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal. I have a feeling that the West Sword Emperor sent people to kill me not for the blood spirit fruit, but for this golden leaf. What leaf is this? What use does it have for the West Sword Emperor? Yi Fei looked at the golden leaf in shock. Also, where did you obtain so many treasures? Zhao Yu fiercely rolled her eyes at Yi Fei. The moment I obtained the leaf, I was intercepted by the West Sword Emperor. I don't know what use this leaf has, but with my experience of entering more than a dozen secret realms, this leaf should be able to open an important secret realm in the land of buried gods. Hearing this, Yi Fei finally understood how heaven-defying the luck of DZ was. Take Yi Fei, for example. He narrowly escaped death to enter the Emperor's tomb. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, had only entered the land of buried gods for a short period of time. She had already entered more than a dozen secret realms. This was simply not leaving a path for ordinary martial artists like them. At the same time, Yi Fei also understood that when Zhao Yu proposed an exchange, she had already sealed her heart and did not want to communicate with him. Unless Zhao Yu was willing to open her heart, any persuasion would be meaningless. It seems that other than exchanging treasures, I won't be able to persuade you in a short period of time. However, I still have one last question. Haven't you already awakened your bloodline? What use do you have for the blood spirit fruit? Yi Fei continued asking. Why do you have so many questions? Zhao Yu was speechless, but he still explained, there are also differences in special bloodlines. The more times it is awakened, the more powerful the bloodline will be. For example, my 9 Phoenix bloodline needs to be awakened 9 times so that I can have the ability to fight across 9 levels. What? 9 levels? Yi Fei nearly vomited blood. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. He had worked himself to death and cultivated the war god, Tao, to the 5th level. Only then could he fight across 5 levels. Zhao Yu actually said that in the future, she could fight across 9 levels. In the past, Yi Fei had always thought that he was abnormal. However, the real abnormal thing was Zhao Yu's special bloodline. Chapter 1038. Pursuit. I'm scared. I'm scared that you won't be able to surpass me. After the initial shock, Yi Fei suddenly smiled calmly. Zhao Yu's special bloodline was indeed powerful, but his battle god, Tao, was not to be trifled with. Not to mention that Zhao Yu could fight someone who was 9 levels above her. Even if she was 10 levels above her, Yi Fei was still confident that he could subdue this woman. When he thought of this, Yi Fei no longer hesitated. He nodded at Zhao Yu and said, "Then we have a deal. Dragon Turtle, give her the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals." Zhao Yu was surprised to see a tortoise's head emerge from Yi Fei's pocket. The dragon tortoise did not immediately hand the blood spirit fruit and immortal crystals over to Zhao Yu. Instead, it widened its beady eyes and looked meaningfully at Yi Fei. This damn tortoise! Yi Fei cursed in his heart. Of course, he understood what the dragon turtle meant. He immediately said with a cold face, "Go and ask Xiao Qiao for 1 billion spiritual stones yourself." Only then did the dragon turtle smile in satisfaction. Then, it rapidly grew in size and happily handed the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal to Zhao Yu. Then, it rubbed its head against Yi Fei's body, trying to please him. This dragon turtle actually gave Yi Fei the illusion that it was a lackey. Upon hearing that Yi Fei had spent 1 billion spirit stones for the dragon turtle to steal the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal, Zhao Yu could not help but reveal a complicated expression. However, her headstrong personality did not allow Zhao Yu to show weakness in front of Yi Fei. She could only pretend to walk to the side and carefully put away the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals. Yi Fei also walked to the other side and took out a large number of spirit stones to quickly restore the quintessential essence that he had consumed. After a full day, Yi Fei felt that the quintessential essence that he had consumed was once again replenished. At this time, Zhao Yu also finished his cultivation. The two of them looked at each other and did not speak. Both of them could feel the tacit understanding between them. Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Yi Fei also felt a little depressed, so he simply didn't say anything. The two of them quickly walked out of the cave one after the other. Inside the canyon, the roars of beasts were incessant, but there were no sounds of battle. Could it be that they know that they can't get the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystals, so they gave up and left? Zhao Yu looked at the quiet canyon in surprise. That's not very likely. Don't forget that the golden leaf you obtained is still in my hands. If the West Sword Emperor is really after it, Shimin Zun and the others will definitely not let us leave so easily. Yi Fei said solemnly. After all, the opponent this time was a young emperor and a large group of young kings. Yi Fei did not dare to lower his guard. The reason why he walked out of the cave after recovering his Zhen Yuan was because Yi Fei and Zhao Yu were worried that the West Sword Emperor would come personally. With their strength, they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. If they aren't in the canyon, then they must be waiting for us at the entrance of the canyon. Yi Fei's expression was somewhat grave. 3 strongest kings and a dozen young kings. Such a force would not be easy to deal with. Zhao Yu also frowned and suggested, "When we reach the entrance of the canyon, we'll split up and try our best to separate them." "All right. When the time comes, I'll take the lead. You find an opportunity and rush out." Yi Fei nodded. "Why are you taking the lead?" Zhao Yu immediately objected. She and Yi Fei would have a life and death battle sooner or later. She truly did not want to owe Yi Fei too much. "Because I'm a man. If there's any danger, I'll naturally be the one blocking in front." Yi Fei laughed. Before Zhao Yu could get angry, he had already rushed into the sky and rushed towards the entrance of the canyon. Zhao Yu did not get angry, but she couldn't suppress the urge to drag Yi Fei out and beat him to death 10,000 times. "My 3 lords, they're here. Don't hold back. Kill them, dead or alive." Boom! At the entrance of the canyon, Shimin Zun, Blood Kill King, and Crown Prince Qingfeng were waiting with a dozen young kings. Capturing Zhao Yu and taking back the blood spiritual fruit was an order from the West Sword Emperor. Not to mention, Yi Fei had used despicable means to snatch 100 golden sacred swords from Shimin Zun. Now that he had met his enemy, Shimin Zun's eyes turned red. "Die for me, heavenly flying immortal." Shimin Zun aimed his sword light at Yi Fei. The huge sword light carried Shimin Zun's anger and killing intent. He couldn't wait to tear Yi Fei into pieces. "Kid, I'll take your life today. The Bloodkill King had a fiendish grin on his face. A giant poisonous python appeared on his body. The python's body flickered, forming a terrifying flexible saber. As it lashed out, it emitted explosive sounds. This was the power of the Bloodkill King's bloodline. From this, one could see how furious the Bloodkill King was. The only one who remained calm was Crown Prince Qingfeng. When he saw that only Yifei had rushed out and Zhao Yu was nowhere to be seen, Crown Prince Qingfeng instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, he still made his move. 10 golden dragons appeared and suppressed all directions, blocking Yifei's path. Kill! Another wave of shouts rang out. The young kings guarding the canyon immediately recognized Yifei. He was the villain who had knocked them out and robbed them clean. Instantly, everyone's face turned ferocious. They didn't care about anything else and only thought about how to kill Yifei. Yifei didn't expect that his ability to attract hatred would be so great. He was originally here to lure the enemies, but all the enemies charged at him without even taunting him. At the crucial moment, Yifei didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly grabbed the dragon turtle from his beast-marked space and threw it forward. This damn turtle, don't think that 1 billion spirit stones is so easy to swallow. Hurry up and kill them. Indeed, one had to pay for what they came for. The dragon turtle never imagined that Yifei would be so treacherous. It had been happily eating spirit stones in the beast-marked space, but Yifei didn't even greet it before grabbing it out to be used as a meat shield, especially when it saw the young kings charging at it together. The dragon turtle cursed Yifei for being disloyal and roared in anger. The palm-sized dragon turtle instantly grew to the size of a water buffalo and then to the size of a mountain. When such a gigantic dragon turtle spun and charged over, its might was no different from a landslide. The Bloodkill King was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was hit head-on by the suddenly enlarged turtle. Blood immediately flowed from his nose as he cursed and fell from the sky. The other young kings all cursed at Yifei for being shameless and despicable. He actually hid such a terrifying, vicious beast on his body. They panicked and dodged in all directions, but the dragon turtle's body was too big. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't avoid the fate of being bruised and battered by the huge turtle shell. Crown Prince Light Wind's golden dragon had completely disappeared. Shimin Zun's transcendent, flying immortal couldn't continue in the face of the mountain-sized turtle shell. They quickly retreated while glaring furiously at Yifei. They had already realized that Yifei had used this turtle that could change its size to steal the blood spirit fruit and the immortal crystal yesterday. Crown Prince Light Wind's expression was ugly. Shimin Zun's 48,000 pores were emitting surging sword chi. Kill him and this stupid turtle at all costs. Boom! Hearing Shimin Zun's contempt, the dragon turtle didn't hold back. It spewed out volcanic dragon flames from its mouth and quickly created a huge ravine in the canyon. Let's go. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifei jumped onto the dragon turtle's back. At the same time, he took out the golden leaf and waved it in front of Shimin Zun. Then, Yifei rode on the dragon turtle and instantly teleported 100 li away. Shimin Zun's body shook when he saw the golden leaf. In fact, the West Sword Emperor's main goal in chasing Zhao Yu wasn't the blood spirit fruit, but the golden leaf. However, only Shimin Zun knew about this. Chapter 1039. The birth of a treasure. Shimin Zun's words shocked the crown prince. Shimin Zun, what if that person is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Don't bother about that. I'll tell you the truth. My big brother isn't chasing after Zhao Yu for the blood spirit fruit, but for the golden leaf. The leaf is in his hands, and we must obtain it. Everyone, chase after him, Shimin Zun ordered. Hearing that the matter was related to the West Sword Emperor, the crown prince no longer objected. He, Shimin Zun, Bloodkill King, and a dozen other young kings chased after Yifei at their fastest speed. This was especially true for Shimin Zun and Crown Prince Qingfeng. One of them was named Qingfeng, so his speed was naturally incomparably fast. The other had a unique sword light, so his movement speed was also very frightening. Even the dragon turtles, 100 miles in an instant, couldn't completely shake them off. Yi Fei, you can't die because your life is mine. In the canyon, after Yi Fei lured Shimanzun and the others away, Zhao Yu walked out without any hindrance. She then looked in the direction that Yi Fei left with a complicated expression. Although she was confident in Yi Fei's strength, Yi Fei was facing 3 strongest kings and a dozen other young kings. For the first time, Zhao Yu suddenly felt worried for Yi Fei. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions. I cultivate the sage, unruffled emotions, Dao. So, I must abandon all emotions. Great-grandmother is right. I must think of a way to sever my ties with him. However, was it really that easy to sever ties with him? Zhao Yu's heart was suddenly at a loss. She then sighed and quickly left the canyon from another direction. Boom! Not long after Zhao Yu left, in the sky not far from the canyon, a gigantic sword light that was several hundred zhong long suddenly appeared. On the sword light, the West Sword Emperor, who was dressed in white and carrying a heavy sword on his back, actually arrived on the sword light and landed outside the canyon. Strange. I clearly felt that someone destroyed my sword talisman. Shimanzun and the other 2 also asked me for help. Why is there no one here? A trace of doubt flashed through the West Sword Emperor's eyes. Haha, West Sword Emperor, looks like your subordinates aren't reliable. 3 strongest kings can't even stop a woman. You better find your golden leaf. Otherwise, we'll have to leave you behind and act alone. Another ball of raging fire appeared in the sky. Within the raging fire, a stalwart man stood proudly, holding a golden leaf in his hand. When the West Sword Sovereign heard the mockery in this person's words, anger involuntarily flashed in his eyes. Humph! Polar Flame Sovereign, there's no need for you to worry about my matters. When the time comes, I'll naturally rush over with the golden leaf. The West Sword Sovereign's eyes flickered with rage as he quickly chased after Yi Fei. Shimanzun was also very cunning. He knew that Yi Fei was very powerful. Just in case, Shimanzun chased after Yi Fei while constantly releasing sword lights into the void. In the end, these sword lights shattered the void. Sword chi exploded one after another, shooting out endless sword fireworks. It was by relying on his perception of the sword lights that the West Sword Sovereign was able to follow Yi Fei's escape route and chase after him. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Fei couldn't defeat the people behind him. He only wanted to lure Shimanzun away and buy time for Zhao Yu to escape. After moving a distance of 1,000 li, Yi Fei realized that Shimanzun had brought all his men to chase after him. There shouldn't be anyone chasing after Zhao Yu. Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that there was no point in continuing to tangle with them. He immediately ordered the dragon turtle. Dragon turtle, speed up. If you can't escape, you'll be stewed into turtle soup. Yi Fei's words made the dragon turtle fly into a rage. It glared at the group of young kings chasing after it with incomparable brutality. In the end, the dragon turtle decided not to suffer such a loss. Instead, it exerted all its strength and continued to move forward. When it was at the absolute realm, its movement speed could reach a distance of 100 li in a breath. When it reached the absolute realm, the dragon turtle's movement speed would be even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the dragon turtle had actually moved 300 li. The faces of the dozen young kings chasing after it all turned green. It was true that they were young kings, but not all of them had the terrifying speed of the crown prince and Shimanzun. In just a few breaths of time, this group of young kings had all fallen behind. This is really strange. How can that turtle run so fast? The Bloodkill King, who was still chasing after the dragon turtle, had chased until his throat was smoking. He was proficient in swift blades, but not in high-speed pursuit. Don't worry, it won't be able to escape. Single sword horizon. Boom! Shimanzun sneered when he saw the dragon turtle increasing its speed. He suddenly transformed into a sword and followed closely behind the dragon turtle's tail. Thousandly cool breeze. The crown prince of light wind also became ruthless. He turned his body into the wind, forming a billowing gale. Not only did he increase his speed, but he also increased his speed along with the Bloodkill King, closely following behind Shimin, Zun's swordlight. These three are actually chasing after me with all their might. What's the use of this golden leaf? Yifei held the golden leaf in his hand and suddenly felt a strong interest in his heart. But before he could study it carefully, a terrifying seven-colored light pillar suddenly erupted from the distant horizon. The light pillar shot straight into the sky and illuminated the surrounding hundreds of thousands of meters. It was as bright as day. Countless beast roars came from all directions. They seemed to be afraid of the light pillar, but at the same time, they were filled with a strong desire. The light emitted by the light pillar even pierced through space. Even Xia Jun and the others who were hiding in a different space to cultivate were immediately awakened. What's going on? Big Brother isn't fighting outside again, right? Xia Jun asked in surprise. Second brother, let's go out and help. Little Fatty was eager to give a try. It's not the light of a battle. It's the light of a rare treasure. There must be a heaven-shaking rare treasure not far ahead for it to erupt with such light. Gua King was very knowledgeable. After a little deduction, his face lit up with excitement. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he would encounter a rare treasure in the land of buried gods. But when he thought about how he was now Yifei's prisoner and how all his cultivation was sealed by the seal of life and death, Gua King's face was full of disappointment. Rare treasure. Xia Jun and Little Fatty's eyes lit up at the same time. Rare treasure? Is my luck finally turning? Yifei also looked at the seven-colored light pillar in the distance with surprise. Then he became excited. The light pillar of this rare treasure was so intense that it could be clearly seen by warriors within hundreds of thousands of miles. In other words, there must be a large number of warriors rushing there at this time. Yifei wasn't too interested in fighting for the rare treasure. What he was interested in were the warriors fighting for the rare treasure. Yifei had already thought of a good way to shake off the pursuers. That was to rush into the crowd as fast as possible and then use the rare treasure mask to change his appearance. Chapter 1040. Emperor Weapon Origin Embryo. Wherever there's a seven-colored light pillar, there's bound to be a rare treasure. Who would have thought that we'd encounter a rare treasure in less than a month after the burial god's ground opened? If we can obtain such a treasure, it'll definitely increase our strength greatly. Let's go and take a look. We must find that treasure before the young emperor and the strongest king. The light from the rare treasure was too dazzling. All the cultivators within several 100,000 li were alarmed. They turned into streams of light and rushed towards the location of the rare treasure with their fastest speed. It was actually a pitch-black forest. All the trees were black. Walking inside, even the vision of a martial artist would become very blurry, making it incomparably dangerous. However, this still could not stop the enthusiasm of the people to search for treasures. It wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were alarmed. The West Sword Emperor, who just happened to step into this area, also noticed the seven-colored light pillar. His face couldn't help but flash with a trace of pleasant surprise. Interesting. This treasure can actually produce a calling to me. This treasure is fated with me. I must obtain it. After saying that, the West Sword Emperor suddenly changed his route and rushed towards the location of the rare treasure. After all, this was the first time the West Sword Emperor felt the calling of a rare treasure after entering the burial god's ground. He didn't want to miss it. Of course, the West Sword Emperor didn't know that he wasn't the only one who felt the calling. Shimin Zun, Crown Prince Light Wind, Bloodkill King, and all the other strongest kings and above could clearly feel the calling of the rare treasure. In the beastmark space, Xiao Qiao was already jumping up and down anxiously, constantly urging Yifei to hurry over. This was the first time Yifei had seen Xiao Qiao so anxious. Needless to say, the treasure inside was definitely very precious. Moreover, he had a faint feeling of being called by the rare treasure. This made Yi Fei even more interested in the rare treasure. Looks like I'll have to go and take a look this time. Turning his head, Yi Fei saw that Shimin Zun and the other two hadn't caught up yet. He suddenly recalled the dragon turtle and activated the 100 Li instant to rapidly teleport. 100 Li, 200 Li, 300 Li, 700 Li. After teleporting a distance of 700 Li, Yi Fei had nearly exhausted the Zhen Yuan of his 7 primordial spirits. Only then did he reach the pitch-black forest where the rare treasure had appeared. This scene dumbfounded Shimin Zun and the other two. They originally thought that Yi Fei could run so fast was all thanks to the dragon turtle. Who would have thought that Yi Fei's speed would be as terrifying as the dragon turtle? Chase after him. No matter where he goes, we must kill him and take back the golden leaf. Their argument delayed some time, and Yi Fei took advantage of this opportunity to dash into the pitch-black forest like a wisp of smoke. In the forest, several bright torches immediately appeared and surrounded him. This is the territory of the South Spear Emperor. No one is allowed to enter. Many martialists who had rushed into the forest discovered that the entire pitch-black forest had been completely occupied by the subordinates of the South Spear Emperor. A few ordinary half-sages who tried to force their way in were immediately beaten black and blue and thrown out like garbage. Kill anyone who dares to come close. The attitude of these people was very rude and unreasonable. It was obvious that they wanted to monopolize the rare treasure inside. This made many martialists who had rushed over in excitement sigh in despair. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with anger. He stepped forward and said, "The burial god ground doesn't belong to you. Why can't we go in?" "Yes, so what if it's the South Spear Emperor? Aren't you being too overbearing?" Yi Fei's words could be said to be what everyone was thinking. As a result, the subordinates of the South Spear Emperor immediately bore a grudge against him. "Kid, how dare you cause trouble and go against our Spear Emperor city? Very well, break his arms and legs and make him crawl out." The young man with a scar on his face pointed coldly at Yi Fei. "A bunch of good-for-nothings. What else can you do besides taking advantage of your position to bully others?" Yi Fei was immediately enraged. This was his only chance to shake off the pursuit of Shimin Zun and the West Sword Emperor. He didn't have the time to waste on a bunch of lackeys. Life and death fist. Yi Fei immediately made his move. Boundless fist lights formed a huge star that smashed forward. Countless black trees were turned into sawdust by the fist lights. Yi Fei didn't even look at the heavily injured subordinates of the South Spear Emperor. His body flashed, and he quickly rushed into the forest. Yi Fei's strength startled all the martialists. However, they quickly reacted. The guards had been knocked down, so this was the best opportunity to sneak in. This forest was extremely huge. The South Spear Emperor's manpower was limited. Apart from blocking some weaker martialists, he couldn't block a true expert like Yi Fei, who was an almighty king. In just a few breaths of time after Yi Fei rushed into the forest, Shimin Zun and the others, as well as many other experts who had noticed the strange phenomenon, all chose to barge in without exception. It seems like the South Spear Emperor's men won't be able to intimidate all the martialists. Yi Fei looked at the people who were constantly breaking through the blockade and rushing in. His heart skipped a beat, and he took out the unique treasure mask again. Considering that the South Spear Emperor's men had already occupied this place, Yi Fei simply transformed into Guo Wang's appearance and swaggered in. Soon, he arrived at the center of the forest and found an ancient altar there. On top of the altar, there was a huge white stone floating. It's actually an Emperor weapon embryo. It's the best material for forging Emperor weapons and quasi-Emperor weapons. A martialist who recognized the stone couldn't help but exclaim. His exclamation made many people present look at it with greedy eyes. However, no one dared to make a move. They didn't even dare to take a step closer to the altar. Yi Fei raised his head and looked at the altar. He saw a majestic young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes sitting cross-legged at the base of the altar. He wore green battle armor and had a domineering dragon 2 spear beside him. "Oh no, it's the South Spear Emperor. The South Spear Emperor is the one who triggered the birth of the unique treasure. The greed in their eyes disappeared, and all the martialists revealed a look of deep fear. The strength of every young emperor was very terrifying. They couldn't be suppressed by numbers, especially when they realized that they couldn't stop outsiders from entering. A large group of the South Spear Emperor's subordinates had already returned to the South Spear Emperor's side from all directions with cold faces. When they saw Yi Fei still standing in the crowd, a few of the South Spear Emperor's subordinates called out unhappily, "Gua Wang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over." "Oh, I'm coming." Yi Fei was stunned for a while before he realized that these people were calling out to him. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd and walked over. He was still a little cautious, afraid that the South Spear Emperor would notice something. Chapter 1041. Two Emperors Contend Boom. Just as Yi Fei walked over, the South Spear Emperor broke another seal on the altar. At the same time, an even more resplendent, seven-colored light pillar erupted from the Emperor weapon Origin Embryo. Only now did Yi Fei realize that the seven-colored light pillar he had just seen was caused by the South Spear Emperor breaking the seal on the altar. However, the South Spear Emperor had never imagined that breaking the seal would cause such a huge commotion and attract so many martial artists to watch. A trace of anger appeared on the South Spear Emperor's face. "All of you scram. If anyone dares to stay, I, the South Spear Emperor, will show no mercy." After breaking the last seal, the South Spear Emperor did not rush up to the altar. Instead, he pulled out the dragon-toothed spear from the ground and shot out a terrifying spear light that was thousands of meters long into the distant sky. The spear light was like a majestic divine dragon that tore the void apart, revealing a long spatial crack. Within the spatial crack, there was a resplendent sword light that was like an untainted immortal sword that slashed down. With just one slash, the South Spear Emperor's spear light was shattered. "West Sword Emperor, it's actually you." The dragon-toothed spear roared unceasingly. Immense anger surfaced on the South Spear Emperor's face. When he was breaking the seal, he did not see the West Sword Emperor make a move. When he was done, the West Sword Emperor immediately appeared. This made the South Spear Emperor suspicious of the other party's motives. Emperor Weapon Origin Embryo. This is a top-notch material for forging Emperor weapons. "Brother, we must obtain this item. With it, we might have an Emperor weapon in the future." What was an Emperor weapon? It was a weapon that only martial emperors could possess. Of course, to forge an Emperor weapon, the amount of Emperor Weapon Origin Embryo on the altar was still too little. However, even if they were unable to forge an Emperor weapon, forging a pseudo-Emperor weapon would not be a problem. Shimin-Ji and Shimin-Zun did not expect that their luck would be so good. When they were chasing after Yi Fei, they unexpectedly discovered a material for forging an Emperor weapon. At this moment, how could he still care about chasing after Yi Fei? Seeing that the South Spear Emperor had already broken the seal on the altar, under the instigation of Shimin-Zun, West Sword Emperor immediately stood out and prepared to reap the benefits. "South Spear Emperor, you attacked me for no reason at all. Aren't you looking down on me too much? How about this? We'll split the Imperial Armament Origin Embryo. What do you think?" West Sword Emperor proposed. In the end, the South Spear Emperor was also a young sovereign, so the West Sword Emperor could not go overboard. However, when these words reached the ears of the South Spear Emperor, he was extremely displeased. "Half for you. Who do you think you are? I was the one who discovered this altar. The sovereign weapon Origin Embryo should belong to me alone. What right do you have to get half of it? South Spear Emperor, as the saying goes, when you meet, you should split it in half. Our fate with this Emperor weapon Origin Embryo is not shallow. It should belong to us." Shimin-Zun interrupted with a cold smile. His words instantly enraged the South Spear Emperor. Suddenly, he stabbed his spear towards Shimin-Zun. "You're courting death. We sovereigns are talking. How dare you interrupt?" No one expected that the South Spear Emperor would suddenly attack. His target was not the West Sword Emperor, but the West Sword Emperor's younger brother, Shimin-Zun. Shimin was so frightened that his face turned pale. Although he was unparalleled in front of outsiders, when facing a young sovereign like the South Spear Emperor, the two of them were not on the same level. In the crowd, Yi Fei also nodded inwardly. Looks like this South Spear Emperor is a shrewd person. He knows that Shimin and the West Sword Emperor are brothers. As long as he captures Shimin, he can force the West Sword Emperor to retreat. Next, there will be a good show. With light footsteps, Yi Fei slowly approached the altar step by step. Because he had changed into Guo Wang's appearance, the South Spear Emperor and his subordinates did not suspect Yi Fei. The West Sword Emperor was busy fighting with the South Spear Emperor over the Emperor Armament embryo and did not care about the others. However, the South Spear Emperor's action of attacking Shimin made him furious. Very well, South Spear Emperor. Since you have rejected my suggestion, then this Emperor Armament embryo will be mine. Kill, Heaven Flying Immortal. The West Sword Emperor's sword broke through the sky. His sword carried a sharp light and slashed forward like an immortal from the nine heavens. His sword was very powerful. Wherever the sword light passed, not only did the South Spear Emperor's spear light shatter, the space where the South Spear Emperor was standing was also shattered. Sword-shattering void. Yi Fei was shocked. The West Sword Emperor's sword force was actually above his. If it was just sword force, Yi Fei knew that he was not the West Sword Emperor's opponent. In the end, the difference of 6 levels was not that easy to surpass. Universe Suppressing Spear. At this time, the South Spear Emperor also moved. Since his attack on Shimin failed, he could only focus all his strength to fight against the West Sword Emperor. In the sky, terrifying spear lights could be seen from time to time, shattering everything and creating terrifying black holes in the sky. Occasionally, the dazzling sword lights could be seen turning into shooting stars and slashing forward, shattering spear lights one after another. Roar! Suddenly, the dragon-tooth spear in the South Spear Emperor's hand let out a furious dragon roar. The spear turned into a dragon and pierced forward. The terrifying spear lights suddenly turned into a torrential rain, piercing in all directions. With the South Spear Emperor as the center, countless black trees in the sky were all shattered by this torrential rain, causing the entire forest to be covered in a special black rain. Kill! The West Sword Emperor's sword chi was like a rainbow. His entire person was like the sun as he slowly rose. He broke through the void and walked out like an immortal from the immortal palace. With a thrust of his sword, 10,000 swords shone together. The resplendent sword light suddenly turned into countless threads. It was as if 3,000 worlds of mortals were rolling down, causing the entire forest to be filled with strange colors. This is a young emperor. At the same cultivation realm, the South Spear Emperor and the West Sword Emperor have already left us in the dust. Sai, let's go. The two emperors aren't people that ordinary martial artists like us can afford to offend. Compared to treasures, our lives are more important. The battle between the two emperors shocked many martial artists, causing them to become timid. Unknowingly, the number of martial artists gathered around the altar had decreased by more than half. The weak martial artists had all left. Only a few powerful young kings were unwilling to give up and continued to watch the battle. At this moment, Yi Fei's action of placing one foot on the altar was very abrupt. Not only did the martial artists watching the battle have strange expressions, but the South Spear Emperor's subordinates surrounding the altar were also shocked. They all looked at Yi Fei doubtfully and asked, "Gua King, what are you doing?" Without the slightest bit of guilt from being caught in the act, Yi Fei rolled his eyes and confidently scolded the South Spear Emperor's subordinates. "You guys are really stupid. Lord Spear Emperor is fighting a bloody battle up there. Do you think we can only watch? At this time, of course we should hurry up and obtain the Emperor Armament embryo. Only then can we share Lord Spear Emperor's burden." Yi Fei looked at this group of people as if he expected better from them. He even took the lead and rushed towards the Emperor Armament embryo placed on the altar. The South Spear Emperor's subordinates also came to a sudden realization. The South Spear Emperor, who was fighting in the sky, also praised Yi Fei. What a good divinator. This is indeed a good idea. West Sword Emperor, wait until my subordinates obtain the Emperor weapon embryo origin. Let's see what reason you have to compete with me. The West Sword Emperor's expression immediately turned ugly. He coldly stared at Yi Fei's back and snorted. A puny king dares to interfere in the matters of us emperors. Since that's the case, then die. Sword Chi threads. Chapter 1042. Valiant, you dare to kill my subordinate in front of me? West Sword Emperor, do you think that I, the South Spear Emperor, don't exist? With a cold snort, the South Spear Emperor waved his dragon fang spear, shattering all the threads in the sky. The West Sword Emperor harumphed coldly. Faced with the South Spear Emperor's full-powered obstruction, he had no way of attacking Yi Fei. However, the West Sword Emperor was a sovereign after all. Under his will, the broken sword threads quickly turned into a rain of sword light, densely covering the South Spear Emperor and the entire altar. Sword Chi rain. If I have the chance, I must compete with the West Sword Emperor in the Tao of the Sword. A strong battle intent flashed through Yi Fei's eyes. However, he soon lowered his head and continued running toward the altar. In the end, obtaining the Imperial Armament Origin embryo was more important. This might also be the best opportunity for him to obtain that treasure. Yi Fei wouldn't have the guts to snatch the treasure in front of two sovereigns if he didn't have the unique treasure mask that could change his appearance. Stop him. We must not let the South Spear Emperor obtain the Emperor weapon embryo. The West Sword Emperor didn't have the time to deal with Yi Fei, but Shimin Zun, Crown Prince Qing Feng, and Bloodkill King were still around. More than a dozen young sovereigns from the Sword Emperor city came from afar to provide support. They suddenly launched an attack from afar and charged towards the altar together. Yi Fei secretly cursed his bad luck. A proper treasure hunt had actually turned into a group of people looting. He hurriedly instructed the South Spear Emperor's subordinates. Are you guys stupid? Are you crazy to come up with me? Hurry up and rush down. Don't let anyone come up. That's right. As expected of the Gua King. Gua King, I'll leave the Emperor weapon embryo to you. The rest, follow me to block Shimin Zun. You dare to snatch the treasure of our Sword Emperor's city? Shimin Zun, it seems like you guys are tired of living. No one suspected Yi Fei. The unique treasure mask allowed Yi Fei to imitate the Gua King's aura and appearance to perfection. Thus, after hearing Yi Fei's reminder, the South Spear Emperor's subordinates decisively stopped climbing the altar. Instead, they all nodded and began to fight against the Shimin Zun and the others. At the same time, they stopped them from ascending the altar. Damn it! Whoever kills Gua Wang will gain the friendship of Shimin Zun and Sword Emperor's city. Shimin Zun was furious. Although the South Spear Emperor's subordinates weren't strong, they had the most people. The South Spear Emperor had already said that he wanted to join the Divine Martial Academy. The Divine Martial Sacred Academy was the best academy in the Central Continent. Many young kings and strongest kings wanted to join. South Spear Emperor's imperial city was extremely strong. Shimin Zun and the other two were quickly blocked by the South Spear Emperor's subordinates and were unable to move forward. However, Shimin Zun was indeed the strongest king. He quickly thought of a vicious plan and began to incite those experts who were watching the show. Not everyone wanted to join the Divine Martial Sacred Institute. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Institute and the Heavenly Policy Sacred Institute had their own supporters. If the South Spear Emperor obtained a monarch weapon embryo and made it into a quasi-monarch weapon or a monarch weapon, then the South Spear Emperor would be unstoppable in the God Burial Ground. This was a situation that the other emperors didn't wish to see. Thus, as soon as Shimin Zun spoke, a few unfamiliar young kings rushed out from the crowd. Not only did they hide their auras, they also covered their faces. Only then did they feel relieved and rush up the altar. This immediately made the South Spear Emperor anxious. He swung his spear to parry the West Sword Emperor's sword light and roared furiously at those people. Whoever dares to oppose me, the South Spear Emperor, I guarantee that he will become a ghost under my spear. Ha ha. South Spear Emperor, before me, the West Sword Emperor, Whoever you can kill, whoever has the ability will be able to obtain the treasure. The West Sword Emperor rushed forward with all his strength, not giving the South Spear Emperor a chance to threaten everyone. The two emperors instantly erupted into an intense battle in the sky. At the same time, the West Sword Emperor's words seemed to be a hint, causing those masked cultivators to become even bolder. They stared fervently at the Emperor weapon embryo on the altar. At the same time, they looked at Yi Fei, who was running at the front. Their eyes flashed with dense, killing intent. Divination King, why aren't you scramming? You may be good at divination, but fighting isn't your forte. Quickly retreat and give the Emperor weapon embryo to us. We can still let you live. Swish, swish, swish. Two masked cultivators caught up to Yi Fei and were about to kick Yi Fei off the altar. Another few masked cultivators swept past Yi Fei with disdain, wanting to overtake Yi Fei and snatch the Emperor weapon embryo. You are all courting death. Yi Fei finally couldn't hold back his anger. He had rushed up the altar with great difficulty, and now there were people who dared to snatch food from Tiger's mouth. Did they think that he was a pushover? Bang! At this moment, he couldn't care less about exposing himself. Yi Fei's face was cold. He didn't use any martial arts, but just the war devil power condensed from the Devil Emperor scripture had already made his physical body boundless, comparable to the 10 great vicious beasts. Before the two men could kick their legs, Yi Fei had already broken their legs on the spot with 2 cracking sounds. Even their bones were exposed from the broken parts. The bloody scene deeply shocked everyone present. Looking at Yi Fei, who was like a humanoid, vicious beast, the masked cultivators who had already rushed up the altar revealed deep fear and shock in their eyes. Was that really the Divination King? Wasn't that guy the most ordinary young king? How could he have such terrifying battle strength? Damn it, let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't defeat an ordinary young king with so many of us working together. The masked cultivators on the altar were all enraged. They attacked together, launching their strongest attacks at Yi Fei, hoping to knock Yi Fei off the altar. Kill! Yi Fei's eyes were red as he stared at the divine weapon embryo on the altar. His entire body was like an angry war devil. He took large strides forward, crazily rushing forward. Countless punches and kicks landed on Yi Fei's body, lacerating Yi Fei's flesh and causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, Yi Fei didn't seem to feel anything. He stubbornly withstood the attacks of these cultivators. At the same time, he raised his golden fists and smashed them in the face. Injury for injury, life for life. Yi Fei's craziness made these masked cultivators tremble in fear. They were constantly beaten until they vomited blood and fell off the altar. And this was when Yi Fei showed mercy. Damn it, if I wasn't worried about exposing my identity and attracting the attention of the two sovereigns, I could have finished off these people with one punch. Yi Fei looked at his mangled body and grimaced in pain. Fortunately, these were only external injuries. The immortal power in his body had already begun to repair his injuries. Good. As expected of my South Spear Emperor subordinate, Gua Wang quickly seized the divine weapon embryo. West Sword Emperor, let's see how you're going to fight with me. South Spear Emperor laughed heartily. Yi Fei's valiance made South Spear Emperor both surprised and delighted. South Spear Emperor's subordinates were also astonished. Wasn't Gua Wang not good at fighting? Why do they feel that Gua Wang was different today? Shiminzun, let's retreat. Seeing Yi Fei's valiant charge up the altar, West Sword Emperor's sword light couldn't help but dim. He knew that he had to stop. When the divine weapon embryo was ownerless, he could still find an excuse to fight for it. But now that it was taken away by South Spear Emperor's subordinates, unless West Sword Emperor was willing to start an all-out war with South Spear Emperor, he would have to withdraw from this fight. Hearing West Sword Emperor's order, Shiminzun and the rest were unwilling and prepared to retreat from the altar. When Yi Fei saw this, he immediately became anxious. Chapter 1043. A sudden betrayal. This won't do. I have to let them continue fighting. The more intense the fight, the better. Yi Fei was very anxious. Since the Emperor armament embryo had fallen into his hands, there was no reason for him to give it up. He steeled his heart and decided to take another risk. As for whether he could succeed or not, it would all depend on his luck. Yi Fei immediately shouted at the West Sword Emperor, "Lord Sword Emperor, please don't leave. I am willing to take the Emperor armament embryo and join the Sword Emperor's city. I beg the Sword Emperor to take me in." With that, Yi Fei ran down the altar as though he was willing to sacrifice his life for the West Sword Emperor. He was betting that the West Sword Emperor wouldn't be willing to lose the Emperor armament embryo. As long as he brought the treasure to join the West Sword Emperor, the West Sword Emperor wouldn't let go of this opportunity to turn the tables. What? The Gua King is willing to join us with the Emperor armament embryo? The Crown Prince and Bloodkill King were completely stunned. They never imagined that the situation would change so quickly. The Gua King, who was regarded as the South Spear Emperor's right-hand man, had publicly declared his intention to join the Sword Emperor's city. After the initial shock, Shimin Zun and the others were suddenly overjoyed. They weren't willing to give up the Emperor armament embryo. Now that the Gua King had taken the initiative to join them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shimin Zun was grinning from ear to ear. No matter how he looked at the Gua King, Yi Fei, he was pleasing to the eye. The West Sword Emperor was also overjoyed. Yi Fei's sudden betrayal allowed the disheartened West Sword Emperor to see the hope of obtaining the Emperor armament embryo again. "Gua King, how dare you betray us? Die!" The South Spear Emperor was both shocked and furious. He couldn't understand why the loyal Gua King would suddenly betray them. However, the Gua King's actions were undoubtedly a slap to the South Spear Emperor's face. Furthermore, the South Spear Emperor had lost the Emperor armament embryo. At this moment, the South Spear Emperor wished he could drink the Gua King's blood. Of course, the South Spear Emperor would never have dreamed that the Gua King in front of him was actually Yi Fei. In a fit of rage, the South Spear Emperor suddenly turned his spear and prepared to stab the traitor to death. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Yi Fei as fast as he could. The West Sword Emperor finally decided to make a move. He slashed out with his sword and the two sovereigns clashed in the air once more. "West Sword Emperor, why are you stopping me? Gua Wang is a traitor of my Imperial Spear City. If you stop me, you'll be going against my Imperial Spear City." The South Spear Emperor's face was filled with anger. The monarch weapon origin embryo that he had painstakingly found was actually betrayed by his subordinate. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. We're all cultivators participating in the world experience. All living beings are equal. Gua King can choose to side with whoever he wants. That's his freedom. You can't interfere. Gua King, quickly come on my side. From now on, you'll be my Sword Sovereign City's Vice City Lord. The West Sword Sovereign also became ruthless. In order to obtain the Emperor weapon embryo, he didn't hesitate to promise the high position of Vice City Lord. Such a high position made many of the spectating martial artists feel their eyes turn red and their hearts turn hot. Yi Fei sneered in his heart. That's a generous promise, but that's because of the Emperor weapon origin embryo. Moreover, with Gua King's strength, even if he becomes the Vice City Lord, those young kings of Sword Sovereign City won't accept him. From this, Yi Fei deduced that the West Sword Emperor wasn't sincere in taking him in. The high position was only to stabilize him and find an excuse to snatch the Emperor weapon origin embryo. Unfortunately, while the West Sword Emperor is scheming against me, he doesn't know that I'm also scheming against him. Let's see whose scheme is better. With a cold smile, Yi Fei's expression became emotional and moved. He was almost moved to tears by the West Sword Emperor's promise. "Many thanks, Lord Sword Emperor. I'll come over now. From now on, the Emperor weapon origin embryo belongs to Lord West Sword Emperor." "Ha ha! South Spear Emperor, did you hear that? The Emperor weapon origin embryo has already been obtained by my Vice City Lord. What reason do you have to fight with me?" The West Sword Emperor laughed with satisfaction. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword in an attempt to force the South Spear Emperor to retreat. West Sword Emperor Bulsh *T. Gua King, you traitor. Today, I'll tear you to shreds. Everyone, listen up. Whoever kills Gua King and takes back the Emperor weapon origin embryo will be the Vice City Lord of Spear's sovereign city. Seeing that he couldn't break through the West Sword Emperor's blockade in a short period of time, the South Spear Emperor also made a promise. At this moment, the group of Spear's sovereign city finally realized that they were all fooled by Gua King. Wow. So the reason why Gua King risked his life to rush up the altar wasn't to help Lord Spear Sovereign, but to snatch the Emperor weapon origin embryo and betray Lord Spear Sovereign. Shameless traitor, betraying Spear Sovereign City, betraying our divine martial sacred academy. Beat him to death. Let this traitor know how miserable the consequences of betraying the divine martial sacred academy are. The South Spear Emperor's subordinates were all enraged. They cursed angrily as they abandoned their opponents and rushed toward Yifei. At the same time, in the Sumeru space, Gua King had already fainted from crying several times. He kept beating his chest. I'm innocent, Lord Spear Sovereign. I didn't betray you. I didn't betray the divine martial sacred academy. Why am I so unlucky? Asterisk puff. Asterisk in the end. Gua King was so enraged that he vomited blood and fainted. Xia Jun and Little Fatty had been chased by Gua King in the past. They were already unhappy with Gua King. Now that Gua King was down on his luck, they were very happy. Kill this traitor Gua King. Shameless Gua King. Stand there and accept your death. Gua King, don't worry. Our brothers in Sword Sovereign City will protect you even if we have to sacrifice our lives. At this time, the situation around the altar was completely reversed. When Yifei rushed to the altar, the South Spear Emperor's subordinates tried their best to buy time for Yifei so that Yifei could be the first to get the Emperor weapon embryo. When Yifei rushed down the altar, the situation was reversed. Shimin Zun and the others, who wanted to skin Yifei and eat his flesh, were now doing their best to stop the South Spear Emperor's subordinates and share the pressure for Yifei. On the other hand, the masked cultivators who had tried to stop Yifei before were looking at each other in dismay, not knowing who to help. So they simply stood still and allowed Yifei to run down the altar and out of the forest unimpeded. Gua King, stop and accept your death. If you have guts, don't join the divine martial sacred academy. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The South Spear Emperor was so angry that his hair was smoking. As a young emperor, not only was he betrayed by his subordinates, he was played like a monkey. The South Spear Emperor hated Gua King to the bone. However, in front of him, there was an emperor who was on par with him, trying his best to stop him. No matter how furious the South Spear Emperor was, he didn't have the time to attack the traitor in his eyes. He could only watch as Gua King's figure left the battlefield on the altar at lightning speed and rushed out of the forest at the same time. This made the South Spear Emperor even more furious. He was so angry that he bit his lips until they bled. He vented all his anger on the West Sword Emperor. If he could defeat the West Sword Emperor, he could still force him to hand over the Emperor weapon embryo. Chapter 1044. One is life, South Spear Emperor. The Emperor weapon embryo is already in the hands of my Vice City Lord. Do you want to fight me to the death? West Sword Emperor's face was sullen. His sword light was vast and mighty, filling the entire sky. Let's fight to the death then. I, South Spear Emperor, will definitely be an elite of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy in the future. West Sword Emperor, if you don't want to die, immediately hand over that traitor Gua King and the Emperor weapon embryo. Otherwise, I won't leave a single tile in your Sword Sovereign City. Although he knew that an all-out war with Sword Sovereign City would only result in both sides suffering and benefiting the other sovereigns, the South Spear Emperor was furious that the Emperor weapon embryo that he had painstakingly found was taken away by someone else. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, the two sovereigns were truly enraged and fought without restraint in the forest. Of course, during the battle, West Sword Emperor was also cautious as he didn't trust Gua King. Even though Gua King had publicly surrendered with the Emperor weapon embryo, West Sword Emperor still wasn't at ease. During the battle, he secretly transmitted a message to Shimanzun. At the same time, South Spear Emperor's lips trembled slightly as he transmitted a message to his subordinates. After receiving the order, both sides were invigorated. A large group of South Spear Emperor's subordinates once again abandoned their opponents and pointed at Yi Fei, who was running out of the forest, and roared, "Lord Spear Emperor has ordered us to kill that traitor Gua King at all costs." "Humph, you dare to kill our vice city lord? Do you think our sword sovereign city is easy to bully? Go, stop them with all your might. Blood kill King. Go protect Gua King and let him safely return to Sword Sovereign City." Shimanzun's expression was cold as he gave Bloodkill King a meaningful glance. He even emphasized the words protect and safety. Bloodkill King was originally cruel and bloodthirsty. He quickly understood Shimanzun's hint. Lord Sword Emperor wanted Gua King's life. Looking at the back of Yi Fei, who was running away in the distance, the Blood Killer King's lips curled into an undetectable grin. "Don't worry, Shimanzun. I will definitely protect Gua Wang." With a swoosh, the Bloodkill Monarch jumped up like a spring. He was like a grasshopper, crossing dozens of miles in one jump. However, even though the Bloodkill King was fast, the other masked warriors hiding in the dark were even faster. After all, the Emperor weapon origin embryo was too tempting. That was an important material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts or even true Emperor weapons. Even if a martial monarch were to find out about it, he might come over to fight for it. These people had dared to make a move when the two emperors were fighting over the weapon embryo. Now that the weapon had fallen into the hands of the insignificant Gua King, they had even less scruples. In the sky, the South Spear Emperor and the West Sword Emperor had just unleashed their full strength and started fighting. The number of warriors watching the battle around the altar suddenly decreased by more than 20. At the same time, more than 20 masked warriors appeared in the forest. They carried a terrifying killing intent as they surrounded Yi Fei from all directions. "Gua Wang, hand over the Imperial weapon embryo, and I'll spare your life. Gua Wang, if you're willing to join us, we'll guarantee your safety. Cut the crap. Let's attack together and kill Gua Wang first. We'll fight for the Imperial weapon embryo with our own abilities." Kill, kill, kill. Among them, 3 figures were especially fast. In the blink of an eye, they were behind Yi Fei. The 3 of them cooperated well. One of them slashed at Yi Fei's neck with his saber. One of them stabbed at Yi Fei's back with his spear. The last one attacked with a hook at Yi Fei's waist, aiming for his spatial belt. The 3 of them moved nimbly. It was obvious that they were experienced in killing and robbing. Sensing the danger behind him, a sneer appeared on the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. Even the 2 rulers had been tricked by him. A few sneaky little rats actually dared to have designs on him. Die. Without turning around, Yi Fei quickly twisted his arm and threw a punch behind him. This time, Yi Fei still didn't reveal his strength. He only used the Devil Emperor scripture. His dazzling golden fist was as hard as a heavy hammer, causing the void behind him to vibrate violently. Pung, pung, pung. 3 dazzling fist lights turned into golden light and pierced through the bodies of the 3. 3 deep, bloody holes were left behind, along with their eyes wide open. "He's actually so strong, Dong." 3 broken corpses fell to the ground, revealing their true faces. It's the 3 Ma brothers. They specialize in killing and robbing in the land of buried gods. I didn't expect them to die in the hands of Gua Wang, who's not good at fighting. Whoosh! The Bloodkill King leaped high and rushed over. He raised his hand and tore off the black cloth covering their faces. His expression was dignified. Gua Wang actually hid his strength. To be able to kill 3 half-step saints with 1 punch, his fist aura should have broken through to 110%. Kiki, things are getting more and more interesting. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. Looking at Yi Fei's back, the killing intent in his heart boiled even more. The Bloodkill King had a unique hobby, and that was to torture his opponents to death. The stronger his opponent was, the more intense the feeling of torture would be. At the same time, the Bloodkill King was the one who understood the West Sword Emperor the most. Since the West Sword Emperor sent him to chase after Guo Wang, it meant that he didn't trust Guo Wang. Moreover, the other sovereigns wouldn't be willing to accept the fact that the embryo had fallen into the West Sword Emperor's hands. They might even join forces to demand it from the West Sword Emperor. Therefore, before he chased over, the West Sword Sovereign had communicated with the Shiman Zun and came up with a good idea. That was to let the Blood Killer King chase after Guo King, find an opportunity to kill him, seize the Imperial weapon embryo, and then destroy the corpse. This way, as long as the Bloodkill King insisted that Guo Wang was only using them to escape and that he didn't chase after Guo Wang, the other sovereigns wouldn't have any reason to join forces as long as they didn't have any evidence to prove that the embryo was in the West Sword Emperor's hands. As expected of the Lord Sword Emperor, just one sentence and you can kill someone from 1,000 miles away. This Guo Wang didn't hug the South Spear Emperor's thigh and naively thought that he could obtain more benefits from our Sword Emperor's city by offering the embryo. What a fool. However, it's too boring to kill Guo Wang like this. I'll kill all the eyesores in the surroundings first. Then, I'll take the opportunity to rush up and take his life. Anyway, this fool thinks that I'm here to protect him, so he won't be on guard. The Bloodkill King grinned as he put away the Ma brothers' spatial belts. He was like a hunter walking in the forest, constantly killing every life in his sight. Asterisk puff. Asterisk several masked cultivators who had sensed Yi Fei's strength and were about to give up the chase suddenly felt a pain in their backs. Their bodies had been penetrated by a bloody palm. Another blood-curdling scream. The Bloodkill King caught up with a few martial artists who had fallen behind. He showed no mercy. His bloody palms tore these martial artists to pieces on the spot. Chapter 1045. Whose fault? The Bloodkill King's bloody massacre had finally caused panic among the masked warriors in the forest. After all, they were only ordinary half-sages or young kings. Everyone could deal with an insignificant Guo King if they joined forces, but facing a bloodthirsty strongest king like the Bloodkill King, not to mention a dozen of them, even if there were twice as many, they might not be a match for the Bloodkill King. Not to mention, the Bloodkill King represented the West Sword Emperor. If they couldn't obtain the Emperor weapon Yuan embryo and their identities were discovered by the Bloodkill King, they might be killed. After a slight hesitation, the dozen masked warriors chasing Yi Fei no longer dared to continue the chase, except for two young kings who weren't afraid of death and were good at disguise. They continued to follow, wanting to see the situation. The rest of the masked warriors fled in all directions when the Bloodkill King chased after them. A bunch of trash. You're not even strongest kings, yet you dare to have designs on the Emperor weapon Yuan embryo. Guo King, you don't have to run anymore. I'll take care of these people for you. You're the deputy city lord of our Sword Emperor city. With me here, no one will dare to make a move against you. The Bloodkill King spoke carelessly with an arrogant face. Yi Fei found it funny. He didn't expect the West Sword Emperor to send the Bloodkill King to protect him. Was this protection or killing? Although the Bloodkill King tried to cover it up, his bloodthirsty nature couldn't hide the killing intent on his body. At this time, if Yi Fei believed that the Bloodkill King was here to help, he would have to be crazy. Therefore, not only did Yi Fei not stop, but he also pretended to be afraid and continued to flee. Bloodkill King, you can't fool me. You're not here to save me. You're here to kill me. Looks like you're not too stupid. But since you've been targeted by me, other than death, is there a second path for you? The Bloodkill King grinned. He knew that his killing intent was heavy and would be easily exposed. He simply didn't bother to disguise himself. With a step, the Bloodkill King had already arrived in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei turned around in fright. With a terrified expression, he said, "Spare me. I've already submitted to the West Sword Sovereign. Why do you still want to kill me?" Why? Because I like to kill you, so I'll kill you. A piece of trash like you wants to be the Vice City Lord of Sword Emperor's city? Do you really think Lord Sword Emperor is that kind? The Bloodkill King laughed comfortably. He liked to see people begging for mercy before they died. However, it was the West Sword Sovereign's order to kill the Gua King and frame him. The Bloodkill King didn't dare to waste time. As he spoke, blood suddenly appeared on his hands. Then, the blood rapidly condensed into blood-red scales. This is my special bloodline, Blood Shielan. It just so happens that I just thought of a new killing method that will make you wish you were dead. Look at my deafening four-blade stream. Boom, 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 boom. When the blood scale appeared, the Bloodkill King's hands and feet were covered with blood-red scales. Then, these scales opened up like sharp blades that were even finer than fish scales. If these hands and feet were to hit a person, it would basically be no different from being cut into pieces. At this time, the Bloodkill King's legs and hands had condensed into four terrifying blade lights that were like four light pillars that ruthlessly whipped towards Yi Fei's body. At the same time, the timid expression on Yi Fei's face suddenly turned into a sneer. At the same time, dazzling purple gold light burst out from his hands and mercilessly punched forward. Rumble. Yi Fei actually punched out 4 times at the same time, forming 4 purple gold stars that smashed onto the deafening 4-blade stream formed by the Bloodkill King's hands and legs. The life and death boxing technique, which was fused with the power of despair, immediately released a huge power. Under the impact of the purple gold star, the Bloodkiller King's 4-blade lights were smashed into a bloody mess. Even his bones were smashed into pieces. The Bloodkill King screamed. He originally wanted to use a new killing method to kill the Gua King, but in the end, he was killed by the Gua King instead. The most terrifying thing was that the Gua King's fist technique was so familiar. The Gua King would never forget that light for the rest of his life. He finally knew the true identity of the Gua King. It's you, you're not the Gua King, I'm the one who wants your life. There was no chance to continue talking with the Bloodkill King. Every special bloodline was very terrifying. In a normal fight, even Yi Fei couldn't easily kill a special bloodline, especially when the Bloodkill King was the same as Yi Fei. They were both strongest kings. The gap between the two wasn't that big. If it was a head-on battle, even if Yi Fei could kill the Bloodkill King, it would certainly be like the battle with Bailey Jun. It would be a long and bitter battle, and it might even alert the West Sword Emperor and South Spear Emperor in the forest. Yi Fei simply pretended to be weak, luring the Bloodkill King to lower his guard. The Bloodkill King didn't find any flaws and was easily injured by Yi Fei. At this time, Yi Fei wouldn't give the Bloodkill King any chance to fight back. Take his life while he's down. After 4 punches, Yi Fei's 5th life and death fist was as bright as a star. The dazzling fist light formed a meteor and pierced through the Bloodkill King's body, creating a bloody hole. His internal organs and bones were all crushed into meat paste. Puff! The Bloodkill King spurted out blood and kept retreating. At the same time, he widened his eyes and stared at Yi Fei ferociously. Until his death, he couldn't believe that Yi Fei had the guts to disguise himself as the Gua King and steal the Emperor weapon embryo under the eyes of 2 emperors. At the same time, Yi Fei took advantage of his carelessness and seized the only chance to kill him. Originally, with the strength of his special bloodline, the Bloodkill King should have been able to survive for a period of time, even if he was heavily injured. But the Bloodkill King was too angry. His anger attacked his heart, and he spat out a large mouthful of black blood, dying on the ground. Yi Fei was stunned. Sigh, Bloodkill King, why did you do this? Whoosh! Just as the Bloodkill King was about to die from anger, the sound of breaking air came from the distant forest. Clearly, the Bloodkill King's massacre couldn't scare everyone. There were still some masked cultivators who didn't want to give up and wanted to see the situation. Yi Fei quickly put away the Bloodkill King's spatial belt and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. No, the West Sword Emperor sent the Bloodkill King to kill me. It's clear that he wants to silence me and then shift the blame to me. This way, no one can be sure that the Emperor weapon embryo is on him. I won't take the blame for this. West Sword Emperor, you should take the blame. Taking advantage of the fact that the people behind had not arrived yet, Yi Fei quickly took out a golden holy sword from his interspatial ring and deliberately shattered it into pieces. Although it's a pity to destroy a top-grade Emperor weapon, it's worth it to make the West Sword Emperor a scapegoat. Boom! Chapter 1046. Wrath of an Emperor. There seems to be a battle ahead. Could Guowang have been killed? It's not Guowang, it's Bloodkill Wang. A strongest king has been killed. The masked martial artists following in the dark were very fast. They only wanted to secretly follow and fish in troubled waters to see if they could take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that instead of Guowang's corpse, Bloodkill Wang's corpse would be lying on the ground? They didn't dare to continue chasing and quickly checked Bloodkill Wang's corpse. The cause of death was quickly found. The bloody hole in Bloodkill Wang's chest was the cause of his death. Looking at the broken pieces of top-grade Emperor weapons on the ground, the two seemed to have seen with their own eyes that someone had used an Emperor weapon to self-destruct and killed Bloodkill Wang. Of course, they also noticed the small sword hilt that remained in Bloodkill Wang's body. The two words Westgate were so dazzling. It's actually Shimin Zun's doing. How is this possible? Shimin Zun's 100 golden sacred swords were very famous. In order to show that he was different, Shimin Zun had carved his name on each sword. The two martial artists quickly recognized that these were Shimin Zun's golden sacred swords. Strange, isn't Bloodkill Wang one of West Sword Emperor's men? Why would Shimin Zun kill him? The two martial artists looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The strongest kings of Sword Emperor City were actually killing each other. The one who did it was West Sword Emperor's younger brother, Shimin Zun. This was a major discovery. Seems like this West Sword Emperor is quite cunning. He knew that the Emperor weapon origin embryo was a hot potato and that the other sovereigns wouldn't let him get it so easily. So, he colluded with Guowang and made him betray him on the spot, giving him the Emperor weapon origin embryo. Then, on the surface, he sent Bloodkill Wang to protect Guowang, while secretly killing Guowang and destroying his corpse. Then, Shimin Zun personally killed Guowang. This way, they could frame others and pretend to be the victim, saying that someone else had stolen the Emperor weapon embryo. West Sword Emperor, this is truly a good scheme. If we hadn't arrived in time, we would have been deceived by him. The two masked martial artists were smart people. They thought a lot. Yi Fei had only left behind a few clues, but the two of them had already imagined countless sinister scenarios. As for why Shimin Zun would leave behind evidence after killing people, they quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. It must be that the Bloodkill King was unwilling to be silenced, so he desperately preserved this broken sword hilt fragment and hid it in his body before he died. Also, because they rushed over very quickly. The guilty Shimin Zun didn't have time to check the corpse of the Bloodkill King and quickly fled. I didn't expect that we would discover such a secret. This is a great contribution. The West Sword Emperor's methods are indeed vicious. In order to cover up the fact that he obtained the Emperor weapon embryo, he even killed his own people. We'll immediately spread this news. The Emperor weapon origin embryo was very eye-catching. Although not all of the sovereigns had come to fight for it, many of the subordinates of the sovereigns were mixed in the crowd, paying attention to the development of the matter. These two masked martial artists were actually spies placed in Spear Emperor City by some sovereign. They had discovered the Imperial armament origin embryo, as well as the West Sword Emperor's sinister plot to silence the witnesses. They were all very excited and immediately dispersed with their fastest speed. Then, they stealthily spread the news through special channels. Boom! Boom! While the two spies were spreading the news, two sun-like rays of light in the sky had already landed in the forest. The one leading them was the West Sword Emperor. He had sent the Bloodkill King to assassinate Guowang, so he naturally had a way to determine the location of the Bloodkill King. According to the West Sword Emperor's plan, the Bloodkill King should have already killed Guowang by now. Then, he would let Guowang pretend to be heavily injured creating the illusion that the Emperor weapon origin embryo had been stolen by a mysterious person. But at this moment, there was no need for the Bloodkill King to disguise himself. He was already angered to death. The West Sword Emperor's expression instantly turned ugly. How could this be? Who was it that dared to kill my subordinate and steal the Emperor weapon origin embryo? The West Sword Emperor first suspected Guo Wang, but then he shook his head. Guo Wang was famous, but that was only limited to divination. Even if Guo Wang had concealed his strength, it was impossible for him to instantly kill a strongest sovereign like the Bloodkill King in a short period of time. Could it be that other sovereigns secretly made a move? The West Sword Emperor's expression turned grave. Soon after, the South Spear Emperor's thunderous roar came from the distant forest. What? The West Sword Emperor is actually so despicable? He let the Bloodkill King kill Guo Wang, and then killed the Bloodkill King to cover up the fact that he had stolen the Emperor weapon origin embryo. One of the masked cultivators, using the identity of subordinate of the Spear Emperor's city, quickly reported this matter to the South Spear Emperor. He described it vividly, as if he had personally witnessed Shimin Zun killing the Bloodkill King. South Spear Emperor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Like a furious lion, he led a large group of kings from Spear Emperor's city and surrounded West Sword Emperor. Ask Shimin Zun to hand over the monarch weapon embryo. Otherwise, our two cities will fight to the death. What? My brother killed the Bloodkill King and stole the Emperor weapon origin embryo? That's impossible. South Spear Emperor, listen to my explanation first. Seeing the Bloodkill King killed, the West Sword Emperor was somewhat anxious. He didn't want to fight with the South Spear Emperor at this moment. He only wanted to investigate the truth. However, the evidence was conclusive. The Emperor weapon fragment with the two words Westgate carved on it was in the hands of the South Spear Emperor. At this moment, no matter how the West Sword Emperor tried to explain, the South Spear Emperor only squeezed out two words from between his teeth. West Sword Emperor die. Spear light illuminated the world. The sovereign was enraged. It was as if the entire forest could feel the South Spear Emperor's anger and started to shake violently. The South Spear Emperor's subordinates were so angry that their eyes turned red. They felt that the West Sword Emperor was too shameless and despicable. Instigating the Guo King and stealing the Emperor weapon origin embryo was already shameless enough. Now, he actually wanted to silence the witness and shift the blame to others. They wouldn't believe anything the West Sword Emperor said. The West Sword Emperor tried his best to explain, but he was helpless. After Yi Fei ran into the forest, Shimin Zun and the rest also quickly retreated into the forest and escaped in different directions. This also gave Shimin Zun the opportunity to silence the witness. In addition, the South Spear Emperor had evidence in his hands. The West Sword Emperor's explanation only made the South Spear Emperor even more furious. The furious South Spear Emperor quickly used his actions to show his determination. He immediately started a bloody battle with the West Sword Emperor in this forest. This bloody battle was undoubtedly tragic. The dozen or so kings that followed the West Sword Emperor were all killed by the furious South Spear Emperor's subordinates. Only the Light Wind Crown Prince and Shimin Zun, who had left early, luckily survived. In the sky, the two sovereigns fought fiercely. The South Spear Emperor had pierced a bowl-sized bloody hole in the West Sword Emperor's chest. One of the South Spear Emperor's arms was also nearly chopped off by the West Sword Emperor. Chapter 1047. Too unjust. Helpless, the two could only temporarily stop fighting and return to their respective cities. Of course, the South Spear Emperor's retreat didn't mean that he had given up on the Emperor weapon embryo. On the contrary, the South Spear Emperor wanted to gather all the strength of the Spear Imperial City to fight the West Sword Emperor to the death to recover his losses. The strongest king under his command had been killed inexplicably, and he himself had to shoulder the blame as well. After returning to Sword Emperor's city, West Sword Emperor's expression was also extremely unsightly. He immediately called Shimanzun over and kicked him out. Shimanzun, you idiot! Speak! Did you kill the Bloodkill King and take the Emperor weapon embryo for yourself? The West Sword Emperor's killing intent was boiling. The entire Sword Imperial City could feel the rage of an emperor. Only Shimanzun was stupefied. Not only did he suffer a kick for nothing, he was even accused of killing his own people. Shimanzun didn't dare to shoulder such a blame. He hurriedly explained, "Big brother, I am really wronged. When you guys chased into the forest, I left with Crown Prince Lightwind. I didn't kill the Bloodkill King at all. This is a trap. This is definitely a trap." Actually, the West Sword Emperor also faintly sensed that this matter might be a trap set by someone to make both of them take the blame. Most importantly, while the West Sword Emperor believed Shimanzun, the other emperors, especially the South Spear Emperor, didn't believe him at all. The news regarding the emperors also spread extremely quickly in the central region of the Buried Gods' land. In just half a day, the 5 emperors, the majority of the kings and half-saints, all heard about the West Sword Emperor obtaining the Emperor weapon embryo and killing his own people. The 6 imperial cities were collectively shaken. At almost the same time, the other 5 emperors all sent out envoys to the Sword Imperial City to question this matter. The South Spear Emperor also brought all the experts of the Sword Imperial City and arrived at the city, showing a stance of wanting to fight to the death with the West Sword Emperor. The West Sword Emperor personally brought Shimanzun out of the city to explain. In the end, the furious South Spear Emperor did not listen at all. The other sovereigns also expressed that they did not object to the West Sword Emperor possessing the imperial weapon origin embryo. However, the West Sword Emperor could not keep it for himself. Without a doubt, this was an extremely good compromise. Even the South Spear Emperor had compromised in the end. The West Sword Emperor wanted to compromise as well. However, the tragedy was that he had become the scapegoat for someone else. The Emperor weapon Yuan embryo was something that the West Sword Emperor could not take out. Shimanzun's situation was even worse. Because he was the scapegoat for harming his own people, Shimanzun's reputation was now extremely bad. No matter where he went, he would attract countless disdainful gazes. With no other choice, Shimanzun could only swear a blood oath in front of everyone. He would definitely find the person who made him the scapegoat, and then swallow that person's flesh and blood bite by bite to vent his hatred. Of course, Yifei could not be bothered with this bloody incident that was caused by an imperial weapon Yuan embryo. He was currently in a cave somewhere outside the Fist Emperor's city, cleaning up the spoils of war he had obtained from the Bloodkill King. At the same time, he also released Xia Jun and the others who were trapped in the alternate space to get some fresh air. Yifei, you've caused me so much trouble. Today, even if I, Gua King, turn into a malicious spirit, I will make you pay with your life. The moment Gua King came out, he was filled with grief, indignation, and despair. Yifei had caused him too much trouble. First, he used Gua King's name to seize the imperial weapon Yuan embryo. Then, he suddenly betrayed the South Spear Emperor and joined the West Sword Emperor. What made Gua King the most indignant was that Yifei had just betrayed the West Sword Emperor and suddenly killed the strongest king under the West Sword Emperor. When Gua King was in the alternate space, he was so angry that he vomited blood countless times. Now that he was finally out, Gua King was so furious that he almost lost his mind. He raised his fist and madly rushed towards Yifei. Xia Jun and Little Fatty looked angry and shouted to stop him. Gua King, are you tired of living? You've already become a captive, and yet you still dare to go crazy. The two were about to hold Gua King down, but Yifei calmly stopped them. Forget it, he's right. This time, I've caused him quite a lot of trouble. However, Gua King, don't forget that when you helped Bailey Zhen hunt down Xia Jun and Little Fatty, you almost killed them. I, Yifei, am very clear about gratitude and grudges. You've harmed us once, and we've harmed you once. We're even now. You can leave now. After taking several punches from Gua King, Yifei didn't get angry. Instead, he took the opportunity to lift Gua King's life and death seal. Gua King was stunned. He thought that Yifei had let him out to kill him. So he fought Yi Fei with all his might. However, he didn't expect that Yi Fei would let him go. Well, Yi Fei, just you wait. It's a small world. Let's wait and see. Gua King gnashed his teeth. Seeing a chance to live, he stopped going crazy and started running towards the Fist Emperor city. Gua King had decided that he must hurry back to the South Spear Emperor and explain this matter to him. He still wanted to join the Divine Martial Academy, and he didn't want to offend the two emperors. Seeing Gua King's disappearing figure, Xia Jun's face flashed with a touch of worry. Brother, are we really going to let him go? He knows a lot of our secrets. If we don't let him go, can we kill him? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have found you and gotten the Emperor weapon embryo. It's not good to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Besides, I'm confident that Gua King will come back soon. Yi Fei said with a confident smile. Xia Jun and the little fatty's expressions were strange. Brother, you're not plotting something again, are you? Actually, I'm an upright person. Yi Fei's attitude was very sincere. However, Xia Jun looked at him with extreme disdain. If you're sincere, then there are no bad people in this world. The little fatty also sighed honestly. Dad is right. Brother, there are a lot of things that I can learn from you. His feet didn't touch the ground. Gua King, who had recovered his strength, ran away as fast as he could. He wished he could fly back to the South Spear Emperor and prove his loyalty in detail. However, the South Spear Emperor didn't give him the chance. As soon as he got close to the simple city walls of the Fist Emperor's city, Gua King suddenly had a feeling of trepidation. He hurriedly took out the ancient mirror and looked at himself. He saw that his glabella was dark and dark clouds were covering his head. This was clearly a sign of imminent death. Before Gua King could understand what was going on, the two warriors who were returning to the Fist Emperor's city were already talking as they walked. Have you heard? Recently, a big event happened in the land of buried gods. The South Spear Emperor found the Emperor weapon embryo, but was betrayed by his subordinate, Gua King, and suffered heavy losses. The South Spear Emperor was so angry that he went crazy. If he catches Gua King, the traitor, he'll skin him alive in front of everyone. What? Skin him alive? Gua King trembled all over. He had been the South Spear Emperor's subordinate for a long time and knew that the South Spear Emperor was a ruthless person who would rather kill the wrong person than let his opponent go. Since the South Spear Emperor had given such an order, no matter how Gua King explained, the South Spear Emperor would skin him alive in front of everyone to keep his promise. Oh no, that Yi Fei really got me into trouble. It seems that I can't go back to the South Spear Emperor. I can only go to the Sword Emperor's city and explain to the West Sword Emperor, and then reveal Yi Fei's true colors. Gua King's eyes flashed with hatred. Chapter 1048. Begging for shelter. Hey, have you heard? The South Spear Emperor led his troops and fought with the West Sword Emperor outside Sword Emperor City. Just the number of casualties is in the hundreds. Haha, that was a few days ago. The latest news is that the Great Desert Flame Emperor and the East Blade Emperor personally mediated. Now, both sides have reached a truce. At the same time, the West Sword Emperor issued an order for all martial artists. What order? An ordinary half-sage who had just arrived came over and asked. The order is simple. The West Sword Emperor suspects that the other emperors instigated Gua King to steal the Emperor Weapon Yuan embryo and frame Sword Emperor City. In order to prove their innocence, the other emperors have jointly announced that anyone who discovers Gua King's whereabouts will be rewarded with 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Anyone who captures Gua King will be rewarded with 5 billion high-grade spirit stones. The other martial artists gasped, "My God, 5 billion! But Gua Wang is a traitor who betrayed 2 emperors. If he dares to show up, the emperors won't even need to do anything. The subordinates of the 2 emperors will immediately cut him into pieces." Asterisk hiss. Asterisk the sound of someone sucking in a cold breath came from behind. Gua King had followed them all the way. When he heard these words, he no longer had cramps, but tears of grievance flowed down his cheeks. Only the heavens knew that he had been wronged. He, Gua King, had done nothing. It was clearly Yi Fei who had done the wrong thing. Why was he the scapegoat? The heavens are unfair. Gua King's face was covered in tears. He finally understood why his glabella was so dark and why the clouds above his head were so heavy. With such a huge scapegoat on his shoulders, how could he not feel bad? The 5 billion reward and the whereabouts of the Emperor Weapon Yuan embryo were enough to make all the strongest kings in the land of buried gods go after him with bloodshot eyes. Gua King understood that even if he took the initiative to explain himself, the fact that Yi Fei had used his name to betray the South Spear Emperor and fool the West Sword Emperor would cause the two sovereigns to kill him for the sake of their reputation before settling the score with Yi Fei. I just don't understand. We're all young kings, but the other kings are all living a comfortable life. Why am I, the Gua King, so unlucky? I have a home, but I can't go back, and I can't go to an emperor. Could it be that the heavens want me, the Gua King, to die? Gua King's heart was filled with grief, anger, and despair. He had finally become a young King Realm expert and was about to join the Divine Martial Academy. He had a bright future ahead of him, but he had met Yi Fei. How could Gua Wang accept this? How could he tolerate this? If it wasn't for that Yi Fei, how could I, the Divinator King, have ended up in such a miserable state? Even if I die, I'll settle the score with him. Yes, let's do it this way. Since it was Yi Fei who harmed me, he must take responsibility. I must make him take responsibility for me to the end. After hearing the attitude of the two emperors, Gua King no longer dared to enter the Fist Emperor city, let alone show his face. As soon as Gua Wang said that he would wait and see with Yi Fei for an hour, he was scared out of his wits and rushed back to the cave where Yi Fei was staying. Big Brother is really godly. Xia Jun and Little Fatty were betting that Gua King might not come back if he ran away. But in less than an hour, Gua King came back, looking like a rubber ball rolling in. Both of them were stupefied. Yi Fei, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He pretended to be surprised and looked at Gua King. Gua King, why are you back? Did you bring your men to take revenge on me so soon? Hearing this, Gua King's face twitched and his heart twitched violently. He remembered that he had just threatened Yi Fei, telling Yi Fei to wait and see. Gua King felt ashamed, but he didn't want to be the victim of the anger of the two emperors. Yi Fei might be his only support. Flop. Gua King came in and knelt before Yi Fei, his face full of grief and indignation. Young Master Yi, please don't play with me. You play me so miserably. I'm already yours. Young Master Yi, you have to take responsibility for me to the end. After saying this, Gua King could no longer bear the grievance in his heart. Tears streamed down his face again as he looked at Yi Fei bitterly. That gaze made Yi Fei and Xia Jun's scalps tingle. You're already my people, yet you still want to take responsibility until the end. These words sent chills down their spines. Only the Little Fatty was still a little muddle-headed and did not understand Gua King's words. What do you mean? Simply put, I've decided to follow young Master Yi. I ask that young Master Yi take responsibility for me. Gua King was still in shock and spoke incoherently. Fortunately, they were all martial artists and had amazing comprehension. Yi Fei quickly understood what Gua King meant. Xia Jun also asked with a smile, "It seems that Gua King has nowhere else to go and wants to seek refuge with us. But, Big Brother, how did you know that Gua King would come back and ask us to take him in? Do you even need to ask? I pretended to be Gua King and did such a big thing. Not only did I slap the South Spear Emperor in the face, but I also humiliated the West Sword Emperor. If you were them, would you let Gua King go? You'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go." Yi Fei smiled faintly. It was because he knew this clearly and guessed that Gua King had nowhere else to go that he took the initiative to let Gua King go. Not long after Gua King ran out, he immediately came back and asked to be taken in. After giving a simple explanation to Xia Jun, Yi Fei looked at Gua King and said, "Gua King, why should I believe you? Who knows if you'll betray me? I can make a heavenly oath. I sincerely follow young Master Yi. If I betray the young Master Yi, I'll die a horrible death." Gua King also understood his situation. Apart from seeking refuge with Yi Fei, no one else would dare to take him in. Most importantly, most of the martial artists in the land of buried gods were looking for him. If he showed up, he would die. Although this was all Yi Fei's fault. In order to survive, Gua King immediately swore a heavenly oath with 30% grievance, 30% resentment, and 40% sincerity. Yi Fei nodded in satisfaction. Gua King cultivated the Tao of talismans, and the heavenly will was the core of his cultivation. If he violated the heavenly will, he would suffer a backlash from the heavenly will, and his abilities would basically be crippled. Therefore, Gua King was very sincere in seeking refuge with Yi Fei. Since he was sincere, Yi Fei wouldn't let go of a special talent like Gua King. He personally walked over and helped Gua King up. Gua King, since you're willing to follow me, we're on the same side from now on. We'll share our joys and sorrows. Oh right, this is your reward for cooperating with me to obtain the Emperor Weapon Embryo. Yi Fei was a good person to the end. The Blood Killer King killed indiscriminately in the forest and obtained many spatial belts from martial artists. Yi Fei didn't have much interest in these ordinary martial artist treasures. Apart from taking the spirit stones, he simply divided the rest of the treasures among Xia Jun and Little Fatty. He also casually gave Gua King some treasures. Gua King felt a lot better. He wanted to express his loyalty and put on a grateful face. But when he thought about how his miserable life was all because of Yi Fei and how he couldn't take revenge, he shamefully sought refuge with Yi Fei. Gua King couldn't feel grateful at all. Chapter 1049. Emperor of Fist City in the end. Although Gua King did not feel particularly grateful to Yi Fei, he was still somewhat touched that Yi Fei was willing to take him in despite the risk of offending two emperors. Knowing that Yi Fei was going to enter Emperor of Fist City to look for someone, Gua King tactfully took the initiative to help Yi Fei deduce Lin Tianjiao's specific location. At the same time, he did not want to cause trouble for Yi Fei and save his own life. As soon as the divination was completed, Gua King strongly requested to be thrown into the Sumeru space immediately. He wanted to go into seclusion now. But Yi Fei and Xia Jun both knew that Gua King must have heard something in Emperor of Fist City and was so scared that he hid himself and did not dare to show his face. Yi Fei was undoubtedly very happy that he had successfully subdued a young king with a special ability, Gua King. After throwing the increasingly obedient dragon turtle into the beastmark space and asking Xiao Chao to discipline it strictly, Yi Fei, Xia Jun, and the little fatty walked into Emperor of Fist City. To be honest, Yi Fei's impression of the Fist Emperor City wasn't very good. The city walls were only half built, and the buildings inside were very simple and crude. They were either stone houses or caves. But even so, the Fist Emperor City still attracted many warriors like a flock of ducks. At the end of the day, a city with a ruler overseeing it was relatively safer. Moreover, everyone came to the land of buried gods to gain experience, not to live. It was already good enough to have a wall. No one would waste time on building the city walls. Many warriors who entered the city directly built a stone house, dug a cave, or simply found a stone and sat cross-legged on it to cultivate. Yi Fei was surprised to find that the mountain of bones occupied by Emperor of Fist City was actually a paradise. The spiritual energy in the city was at least 10 times richer than outside. It seems that the city built by the emperors is not only safe, but also a good place to cultivate. Needless to say, cultivating in the imperial city was not free. Other than the ruler's direct subordinates, other martial artists had to pay a certain amount of spirit, ores, if they wanted to cultivate in the city. However, the Fist Emperor City was very strange. When Yi Fei and the other two entered the city, no one asked them for spirit stones. Xia Jun naturally asked around. It was only then that Yi Fei found out that the Fist Emperor City did not require spirit stones and could be entered and exited for free. It was actually thanks to him. What Yi Fei was worried about had happened. The Shinwu Alliance had caused a huge commotion by pulling people into the alliance. Not only was the profit from pulling people into the alliance shocking, but the worst thing was that Yi Fei had promised that as long as they paid enough spirit stones, they could directly join the Shenwu Sacred Academy. Many warriors who were not strong enough also paid the spirit stones happily because of this. They were ready to join the Sacred Martial Arts Academy with their leader in the future. It was a pity that the Shenwu Alliance had bragged too much. Without Yi Fei's control, the news quickly reached the Northern Fist Emperor's ears. Fortunately, Yi Fei had run fast enough. As soon as he left, the Real Northern Fist Emperor came knocking on his door. As a result, the Shenwu Alliance's bragging was instantly exposed. Tens of thousands of martial artists who wanted to take advantage of the situation and curry favor with the Sacred Martial Arts Academy all lost everything. It was said that more than 10 upper echelons of the Shenwu Alliance were beaten up by the angry crowd on the spot. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the Alliance chief who had pretended to be the Northern Fist Emperor. In their anger, many people blamed the Northern Fist Emperor for this. After all, that imposter had used the Northern Fist Emperor's name. Despite the Northern Fist Emperor's various explanations, there were too many martial artists who had suffered losses this time. Even someone as strong as the Northern Fist Emperor did not have the courage to bear the anger of tens of thousands of martial artists. Helpless, the Northern Fist Emperor could only accept his subordinate's suggestion and open up the Fist Emperor city for free so that everyone could come and go as they pleased. Only then did he manage to calm the anger of the tens of thousands of martial artists. After understanding what had happened, Yi Fei immediately wiped the cold sweat off his head with a guilty conscience. That was really close. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. Big brother, I saw Lin Tianjiao. Xiao Jun's eyes were very sharp. According to him, they were a pair of eyes that could detect beautiful women from 1,000 meters away. Therefore, Xiao Jun saw Lin Tianjiao, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock, cultivating from 1,000 meters away. There were many people like Lin Tianjiao in the surroundings. This was also the evil consequence of the Fist Emperor city being overcrowded. Of course, Yi Fei would definitely not admit to this evil consequence. Brother Dongfang, it seems like you will have to continue being the scapegoat. Yi Fei silently sympathized with the Northern Fist Emperor before squeezing over to Lin Tianjiao's side with Xia Jun and Little Fatty. At this moment, Lin Tianjiao also noticed Yi Fei. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Yi Fei, Xia Jun, I knew that you guys would be fine. Lin Tianjiao's strength had improved tremendously in the few months that they had not seen each other. Now, he was also an almighty at the Earth Thorough 10th level. This made Xia Jun and Little Fatty particularly envious. Looking at Lin Tianjiao's comfortable life in the Fist Emperor city and thinking about the miserable experiences they had suffered while being hunted down, the two of them were depressed to discover that the weakest among them was actually living the most comfortable life. Of course, Lin Tianjiao's comfortable life was also his good fortune. When the four of them gathered together, Lin Tianjiao beamed with joy as he talked about his lucky experiences. Only then did Yi Fei and the other two realize how heaven-defying Lin Tianjiao's luck was. After he was randomly teleported here, he happened to be teleported together with the Northern Fist Emperor. What was even more fortunate was that the Northern Fist Emperor only remembered two names in the Snow Wind Empire. They were Bailey Zhen and Yi Fei. Hearing that Lin Tianjiao was Yi Fei's good friend, the Northern Fist Emperor gave Lin Tianjiao a hand in passing. So along the way, I followed the Northern Fist Emperor here. While cultivating here in peace, I wholeheartedly inquired about you guys. However, my strength was too low. In the Fist Emperor city, there were also people who wanted to capture me and claim credit from Bailey Zhen and Lu Ming. I didn't dare to leave the city. By the way, Yi Fei, Dongfang, you asked me to tell you that if you come to the Fist Emperor city, he wants to see you. While reminiscing, Lin Tianjiao suddenly remembered the Northern Fist Emperor's request and quickly told Yi Fei. Yi Fei immediately blushed with shame. In his heart, he had always regarded the Northern Fist Emperor as an enemy. That was why he pretended to be the Northern Fist Emperor and ruthlessly plundered the land of the Divine Martial Union. Not only did the Northern Fist Emperor not mind taking the blame for him, he even protected Lin Tianjiao. Now, it seemed that Dong Fangyu was actually a good person. Letting Dong Fangyu take the blame was always a bit embarrassing. By the way, why is the Northern Fist Emperor looking for me? Yi Fei asked cautiously. I don't know about this, but a few days ago, I heard from a strongest king in the Fist Emperor city that they seem to have discovered a very powerful secret realm. They went in a few times, but returned with no results. The Northern Fist Emperor looking for you might be related to this matter. After Lin Tianjiao told him the news, Yi Fei's spirit shook. There were countless treasures in the burial godland, but most of them were hidden in various secret realms. The lucky ones like Zhao Yu easily found a dozen secret realms. Chapter 1050. Sure men, those who are abandoned by the heavens are plagued with misfortune. I'm even more unlucky. I can't believe that I'm still so unlucky after changing my fate. Yi Fei sighed. He thought about how Zhao Yu could find more than a dozen secret realms every time he went out. It seemed that he was too busy. Yi Fei looked at himself. He had racked his brains to get an emperor weapon embryo, but it was still a hot potato that he didn't dare to see. Yi Fei decisively gave up on finding secret realms. Although I'm unlucky and can't find any secret realms, it doesn't mean that I can't follow others and enter secret realms that have already been discovered. Besides, the Northern Fist King not only helped Lin Tianjiao, but also took the blame for me. Why don't I help him a little to return the favor? Yi Fei couldn't find a reason to refuse the Northern Fist King. Okay, where's the Northern Fist King? I'll go see him now. No need. I'm already here. Brother Yi, you can call me Dong Fangyu. He turned around and found that the crowd had unknowingly dispersed. At the same time, a young emperor walked over, surrounded by several strongest kings and a large group of kings. Brother Yi, long time no see. The Northern Fist King cupped his fists at Yi Fei indifferently. Brother Dongfang, you're still as elegant as ever after we parted in the Snow Wind Empire. Seeing that Dongfang had come to see him with such a big entourage, Yi Fei actually felt a little guilty. This guy won't come to settle the score with me, right? No, I have to ask him clearly. Ahem, by the way, Brother Dongfang, I heard that a few emperors are fighting over the emperor weapon embryo. Why didn't you join in? Yi Fei began to beat around the bush. Dongfang Yu smiled and shook his head. The East Blade King and the Great Desert Flame King have already intervened. It's meaningless for me to go there. However, recently, a person actually impersonated me and brought huge losses to me and the Fist Emperor City. I must find that person. Dongfang Yu suddenly stared at Yi Fei with bright eyes. Of course, he didn't come personally to ask for Yi Fei's help. According to my investigation, that person only did two things when he snuck into the Divine Martial Union. The first was to plunder spirit stones, and his methods were outrageous. The second thing was to ask around about Xia Jun and Pang Bei. I wonder if Brother Yi and your two brothers have any impression of this person? As long as you can provide me with clues, I, Dongfang Yu, will be very grateful. Dongfang Yu's attitude was sincere. Although he had solved the mess of the Divine Martial Union with free entry, his reputation was still tarnished, which made him very depressed. Hearing this, Yi Fei broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't just have an impression. He was clearly standing in front of Dongfang Yu. However, even though he had done it, he was determined not to admit it. After all, Yi Fei had already offended two sovereigns. If the North Fist Emperor and half of the young sovereigns in the burial ground of gods were added to the list, Yi Fei wouldn't have the courage to continue staying in the burial ground of gods. Of course, Yi Fei wouldn't admit that he was the one who had impersonated the North Fist Emperor. At the same time, Yi Fei's face was filled with anger. He scolded angrily. This is outrageous. Brother Dongfang has always been a person I respect. There is actually someone who is so vile as to impersonate Brother Dongfang and tarnish Brother Dongfang's reputation. This kind of thing cannot be tolerated. Xia Jun, little fatty, do you have any clues about that person? If you do, Brother Dongfang will not need to do anything. I will personally kill him. Brother, we don't know. Fatty was at a loss. Xia Jun also shook his head. They weren't as lucky as Lin Tianjiao. As soon as they entered the burial ground of gods, they were hunted down. How could they know about the divine martial union? Of course, as clever as Xia Jun was, he found that Yi Fei had been spending a lot of money recently. He didn't feel any heartache when spending tens of millions of spirit stones. This made Xia Jun a little apprehensive. However, as a qualified underling, Xia Jun wouldn't expose Yi Fei. Yi Fei's words resonated with the nearby martial artists. Many of them were former members of the Divine Martial Union. They all roared in anger, declaring that they would beat the Union Master who deceived them to death. Their faces were filled with pain and regret. They joined the Divine Martial Union with the intention of currying favor with the Divine Martial Academy and taking advantage of the situation. In the end, they were the ones who were bleeding. Enough. Everyone, don't worry. No matter who that person is, the Northern Fist Emperor, will definitely find him and give everyone an explanation. While speaking, the Northern Fist Emperor had been observing the expressions of Yi Fei and the other two. He saw Yi Fei's anger and Xia Jun's and Fatty's confusion. When he found that the three of them didn't seem to be faking it, the Northern Fist Emperor couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this lead was broken. Strange. Who was that person? The Northern Fist Emperor couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What Yi Fei was most afraid of now was that the Northern Fist Emperor was deep in thought. He had a guilty conscience. Most importantly, he couldn't defeat the Northern Fist Emperor now. Yi Fei immediately restrained his anger and quickly led the Northern Fist Emperor's thoughts to the secret realm. Brother Dongfang, I heard that you found a very powerful secret realm. That's right. That secret realm is very dangerous. With the strength of our Fist Emperor city alone, it's very difficult to get the treasures inside. I happen to hear that Brother Ye's defense is very powerful. With your help, we are very confident that we can break into that secret realm this time. Dongfang Yu's thoughts were interrupted, but he wasn't unhappy. Instead, he immediately invited Yi Fei with great enthusiasm. Only then did Yi Fei realize that Dongfang Yu had brought so many people with him. It was very likely that he was going to attack the secret realm again. But Yi Fei wasn't dissatisfied. On the contrary, he appreciated Dongfang Yu's frankness. A secret realm that even Dongfang Yu can't crack. Even if Brother Dongfang didn't invite me, I would still like to see it. Shall we go now? I was right about Brother Yi. Dongfang Yu also appreciated Yi Fei's frankness very much. But I have to say something in advance. That secret realm can only be entered by those in the semi-saint realm. Your three brothers may not be able to pass it. It doesn't matter. We'll just stay here and cultivate. Xia Jun was very sensible. After all, a secret realm that could make an emperor return without success must be very dangerous. Compared to treasures, Xia Jun cared more about his own life. The little Fatty and Lin Tianjiao shook their heads indifferently. Even the strongest Xia Jun didn't want to go. They knew that there must be danger inside. Yi Fei could only say to them helplessly, well, you guys stay here and cultivate. Wait for me to come back. By the way, Brother Dongfang, where is that secret realm? It's not far away. It's in our Fist Emperor city. Brother Yi, you will never know where the secret realm is hidden. One of the strongest kings interrupted. Yi Fei really didn't know that the secret realm was in the cave of the White Bone Mountains. Moreover, it was a different space at the top of the cave. It was very similar to the entrance to the Emperor's tomb. Yi Fei almost suspected that the secret realm that Dongfang Yu found was the Emperor's tomb that he had entered before. Fortunately, the entrance to the different space in the Fist Emperor city was different from the inside of the Emperor's tomb, because after entering the different space, Yi Fei only saw one thing in front of him. It was a huge stone door. It was like a city wall or a prison door that imprisoned prisoners. Chapter 1051. The City of Purgatory Boom. The floodgates of memories opened quickly. Staring at the stone door in front of him, Yi Fei finally realized what was wrong. He had seen this stone door once in the tomb of the Wangqing Great Emperor. The tomb keeper's existence was to guard this stone door for generations. Yi Fei could not connect the tomb of the Great Emperor with the stone door in the land of buried gods. Moreover, these two stone doors looked very much like the same stone door. However, the question was, how could the same stone door appear in two different places? Am I overthinking things? Are these two stone doors just coincidentally the same? Yi Fei rubbed his chin and fell in a deep thought. Actually, Yi Fei did not know that he had seen the same stone door not twice, but 3 times. In the eye of the North Sea, the eye of the sea where the merman hid, there was a third stone door. It was just that the merman hid it well, so Yi Fei did not discover it. Brother Yi, do you recognize this stone door? Dongfang Yu was very curious when he saw Yi Fei staring at the stone door in a daze. No, I just feel that the appearance of this stone door is a little strange. Could there be some demon sealed inside? Yi Fei remained calm. After all, he was not very familiar with Dongfang Yu, so Yi Fei did not want to reveal anything about the stone door. Dongfang Yu nodded in relief, thinking that Yi Fei was worried that it was too dangerous inside. He explained in detail, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although it is dangerous inside, with our strength, even if we can't pass the 10 levels of purgatory, I am confident that we can pass the 9th level. 10 levels of purgatory? Yi Fei looked at Dongfang Yu in surprise. To be honest, Brother Yi, behind the stone door is a test left behind by an expert. There are a total of 10 levels, and each level is guarded by a very dangerous demon beast. It is very similar to the legendary 10 levels of purgatory. As Dongfang Yu spoke, his subordinates pushed open the stone door with force. Suddenly, an otherworldly aura made Yi Fei, Dongfang Yu, and everyone present shiver uncontrollably. What a terrifying aura. Yi Fei's expression turned serious. This is Devil Qi. Warriors below the half-saint realm can't resist it. Even if we are half-saints, we still have to be careful. We've already cleared the first 8 floors. However, the magical beast occupying the 9th floor is a Heaven Ascension Stage level 10 monster. With the strength of my subordinates alone, we're unable to deal with it. As the stone door opened, Dongfang Yu's tone became serious. A demonic beast in the 10th tier of the heaven-reaching state? Yi Fei clicked his tongue inwardly. At the same time, he admired Dongfang Yu's courage. As a half-saint, Dongfang Yu dared to challenge a 10th level martial saint. This was a battle that was 10 levels higher than him. No wonder Dongfang Yu wanted to bring so many people with him. Yi Fei still had doubts in his heart. He could not help but ask, since the monsters in this secret realm are so powerful, Brother Dongfang, why don't you join forces with the other rulers? Dongfang Yu did not hide the truth. He shook his head frankly and said, there can only be one best treasure. If other rulers participate, we'll definitely have a conflict. Besides, I don't trust other rulers. Brother Dongfang, you trust me? Yi Fei was a little surprised. I'm confident. You're no match for me now, Dongfang Yu said with a smile. Yi Fei was speechless. Only now did he realize that Dongfang Yu was quite cunning. However, this was human nature. Anyway, he had come here mainly to return a favor to Dongfang Yu. Yi Fei did not particularly care about the treasures. Walking through the stone door, Yi Fei finally saw the full picture of this alien space. There were 10 magnificent ancient cities, which were connected from end to end. Each of the ancient cities emitted an awe-inspiring demonic aura. When the 10 ancient cities joined forces, the majestic aura created a kind of fear that came from the bottom of one's heart. The accompanying young rulers all urged their primordial spirits to resist the invisible shock that shook their souls. Only Dongfang Yu, Yi Fei, and a few other strongest rulers could barely resist the invisible pressure from the ancient cities. After entering the stone door, Dongfang Yu's expression was full of seriousness. Follow my footsteps. We'll rush into the 9th ancient city in one breath. Brother Dongfang, what should I do? Yi Fei took the time to ask. It's very simple. Outside each ancient city, there are demonic beasts guarding it. However, as long as one of us rushes into the ancient city, the demonic beasts will disappear. Therefore, I hope, brother, ye can resist the demonic beasts for 10 breaths of time when I open the gate. They will do their best to cooperate with you. Dongfang Yu pointed to his group of subordinates. Obviously, they had been exploring these ancient cities for a long time and had figured out some tricks to pass through them. 8 of the 10 ancient cities had been cleared by Dongfang Yu. Therefore, it was very smooth. Yi Fei followed the group and passed through 8 ancient cities in one breath. However, when they arrived outside the 9th ancient city, a loud roar suddenly came from the ancient city. Smoke and dust billowed, and the ancient city's ground shook violently. Several gloomy giant snake heads popped out one after another. It's an ancient demonic beast, a hydra. Everyone, be careful. This hydra is a mutant. How many heads it has is how strong it is. Several strongest kings exclaimed together. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the huge hydra in front of the city gate. He counted carefully. As expected, this hydra had 10 heads, and its strength had reached LV10 of the reaching heaven realm, which was equivalent to a LV10 martial saint. Even the young emperors might run away when they encountered such a powerful demonic beast. If Dongfang Yu hadn't found precious treasures in the other 8 cities, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke such a monster. Everyone, gather and form a formation. Strongest kings, each of you will deal with one of the snake heads. The other kings form groups of 20 and cover for us. I will deal with the other snake heads myself. Brother Yi, wait for my orders. Dongfang Yu kept issuing orders. Facing a LV10, Martial Saint Hydra, these young kings were very calm. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they had fought against a hydra. The 3 strongest kings of the Fist Emperor City took action immediately and attracted the attention of 3 snake heads. Dongfang Yu attracted the attention of 7 snake heads at the same time. Of course, with the young emperor's potential to fight across 6 levels and Dongfang Yu's cultivation of the half-saint realm, it was difficult for him to deal with 7 snake heads at the same time, but it wasn't impossible. On the contrary, Yi Fei stood aside and watched the battle with nothing to do. He didn't mean to be lazy. On the way here, Dongfang Yu had already discussed the countermeasures with him. First, Dongfang Yu and the others would use all their strength to exhaust the Hydra's pneuma. Then, when the Hydra was weak, Dongfang Yu would suddenly rush to the back of the Hydra and risk opening the city gate. As long as the gate was opened, the Hydra would be no threat. It had to be said that this was a very smart plan. At the same time, Yi Fei was the most important part of this plan, because when Dongfang Yu avoided the Hydra, he wanted Yi Fei and the 20 young kings behind him to block the remaining 7 heads of the Hydra. Chapter 1052. A bunch of bastards. It was obvious that it was not the first time that the kings of the Fist Emperor City had attacked the 9th ancient city. They were old acquaintances of the 9-headed serpent. Now that this group of reckless humans dared to attack this place, the Hydra's anger had reached a limit. Before the kings of the Fist Emperor City started to attack, the 9-headed serpent went berserk. Its 9 heads spewed out horrible black light at the same time. The light was so horrible that it pierced through the void and left countless burn marks. Facing these light rays, the ordinary kings retreated in fear. They were afraid of being hit by the light rays. After all, this was an attack from a 10th-level martial saint. Even an emperor would be injured if they were hit, let alone a king. At this moment, Dongfang Yu's strategy finally showed its brilliance. Since the 10 heads were attracted by Dongfang Yu and the 3 strongest kings, the 9-headed serpent couldn't kill the ordinary kings on the ground one by one no matter how angry it was. These ordinary kings had the ability to fight opponents who were at least 3 levels higher. They could even display the attack of a martial saint as a half-saint. In this way, even if their attacks were not as powerful as the 9-headed serpent's black light rays, the continuous attacks of hundreds of young kings still caused some damage to the 9-headed serpent. The black scales on the 9-headed serpent's huge body were shattered by the king's attacks. Large amounts of black demon blood sprinkled down from the sky. Roar! The sharp pain in its body made the nine-headed serpent furious. Some of its heads suddenly gave up attacking Dongfang Yu. They were ready to concentrate on killing all the ants on the ground first. Dongfang Yu quickly grasped this flaw and punched out fiercely. The horrible fist radiance scattered a magnificent rainbow light. At this moment, Dongfang Yu was like a giant standing in the sky. His huge fist turned into a lofty mountain, crushing down on the remaining 4 heads of the nine-headed serpent. Yifei didn't know until now that Dongfang Yu had been merciful to him in the martial arts practice field of the imperial capital. His full-strength punch was extraordinarily horrible. The enraged, nine-headed serpent felt the threat of death looming over it. Even though it was a 10th-level martial sage, it simply couldn't unleash its advantage while being besieged by so many martialists. Therefore, facing Dongfang Yu's fatal punch, the nine-headed serpent had to move its 3 heads back, ready to resist the fist radiance. However, Dongfang Yu didn't mean to fight the nine-headed serpent to death. Instead, under the cover of the lofty mountain, Dongfang Yu glided in the air and disappeared from the nine-headed serpent's eyes instantly. Then a magnificent city gate appeared in front of Dongfang Yu. After opening the gate, they could enter the 9th ancient city. The nine-headed serpent turned its 10 heads. The nine-headed serpent turned its head, turning of the nine-headed serpent, the serpent of the nine-headed, of the serpent of the serpent. The nine-headed serpent, turned its. Brother Yi, it's your turn. Dongfang Yu didn't even look back. He just strode toward the city gate. Great void steps. Hiss. Yifei had been waiting for this moment. Just as Dongfang Yu avoided the nine-headed serpent, Yifei tore the void and stood in front of Dongfang Yu. The dazzling purple gold taiji wrapped Yifei in an instant. At the same time, there were 3 strongest kings and hundreds of young kings standing beside Yifei. They didn't dare to move forward because they weren't sure if Yifei could reach the nine-headed serpent's power like the king of fighters. Yifei didn't bother to explain. He just used all his strength to push the purple gold taiji to the limit and rushed toward the nine-headed serpent, causing many people to cry out in alarm. The nine-headed serpent also seized this opportunity. 5 of the serpents released light, all aimed at Yifei. Rumble. 5 black light beams formed a light column as thick as a bucket. In an instant, Yifei was completely submerged. However, in this submerged black light, there was always a purple gold glimmer. It was as bright and dazzling as a candle in the dark night. Purple gold taiji, invulnerable. Yifei walked out of the black light. The purple gold light on his body was so dazzling that many people had the illusion that they were facing an emperor. Even the nine-headed serpent looked at Yifei with shock. However, it was the guardian beast of the 9th city. How could it let anyone enter and leave as they wished? The shock only lasted for a moment. The nine-headed hydra's 20 pairs of triangular demonic eyes showed great anger at the same time. At the same time, the 10 heads suddenly bloomed with 10 different colors of light, which made the 3 strongest kings tremble in fear. Not good. That's the nine-headed serpent's strongest 10 wheels demon annihilation. 10 wheels demon annihilation was the nine-headed serpent's innate martial art. The number of heads the nine-headed serpent could spit out different kinds of energy. The nine-headed serpent in front of Yifei had 10 heads. In other words, the nine-headed serpent could release 10 different kinds of energy at the same time. Metal force, water force, fire force, earth force, wood force, light force, darkness force, poison force, corrosion force. The nine-headed serpent had never used this kind of energy even when facing the king of fists, Dongfang Yu. This was also because Yifei and Dongfang Yu had joined forces and forced the nine-headed serpent into a corner. In extreme anger, the nine-headed serpent unleashed the nine-headed serpent's innate martial art. In the face of such a powerful martial art, even the 3 strongest kings felt like their legs were cramping, let alone stepping forward to help. A bunch of cheaters. We agreed to block it together, but I ended up going up alone. Yifei really wanted to turn around and scold these people. However, he didn't have the time to do so in the face of the nine-headed serpent's innate martial art. The only thing Yifei could do was use all his strength and push the purple gold taiji to the limit. In an instant, the taiji circle formed by the purple gold taiji expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the nine-headed serpent's 10 rays of light were like 10 huge meteorites, flashing with various kinds of light. They crazily smashed onto Yifei's purple gold taiji circle, causing the whole taiji circle to shake violently, as if it would burst like bubbles at any time. Only 7 light balls smashed over, but Yifei's purple gold taiji circle had shrunk from 20 meters to 2 meters. If it continued like this, the next light ball, the purple gold taiji circle would reach its limit and then collapse. At the same time, with a boom, the whole city gate suddenly shook violently. Dongfang Yu clapped his palms, forming 2 huge palms. He pushed forward with all his strength. In the dust and ear-piercing friction, the ancient city gate in front of him was pushed open in an instant. In the ancient city, a huge skeletal palm immediately stretched out, grabbed the violent nine-headed serpent into the air, and squeezed with its bare hands. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.